given her human physical stats. Hello! What a great time to be eating a chip, right?
Kia ora, internet. I can talk now. I ate my cracker.
Stall, James. I need to write a couple things down.
So hello everyone, this is the final
Keep talking, they can't see.
live stream for Apprentices of Tirenia. And it's been quite a journey. How many episodes has this been?
This is episode 8.
8?
Yeah.
We've followed Ambrogio from an idiot kid who got himself knocked out in every fight that he was in to a brash punk who set everything on fire to last time maybe actually getting wise a little bit. Except I realised that because multi-classed, I can't actually mechanically represent that he is wiser, so he's still an idiot.
True. He's more charismatic, right?
Nope.
No?
Nope. You only get that when you're level 4 in a single class. And we are level 4, but not in a single class, so there's no stat increases. On the other hand, Ambrogio can now pew-pew twice a turn, which is pretty awesome, gotta say.
Okay. What plugs have we got for this week?
So what plugs have we got? It's Christmas coming up soon, so be excellent to one another.
Yeah, that's a nice...
I think that's a good, just general plug, right?
Yeah,
definitely. But also on the 3rd of January, we are doing our Tolkien stream. So it's to raise funds for Project Northwood, which is looking to purchase Tolkien's home in Oxford and turn it into a writer's centre dedicated to Tolkien and his works. And so we are going to be playing the Lego Lord of the Rings game, which is fantastic. When did we last play that? Years ago.
When we played it, the computer was study rather than out in the lounge.
Okay.
So like maybe 2015.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe it was super early. Maybe it was even before we got married.
So at least 5 years ago.
Yeah. I could probably look on my computer stats and see when the save file was from. Yeah,
really excellent game. Looking forward to playing it again. And so, yeah, we are going to be doing a fundraising drive for that. Also, you can come in and challenge us to Tolkien trivia. I am not doing study unless you count my entire life up to this point, which you probably should. So, like, yeah, asking me the exact information about minor linguistic stuff. But, you know, ask us any fair Tolkien trivia question, whether it's based on the books, based on the movies, whatever. And if we can get it right, we will. If you stump us, we will donate $1 to Project Northwood. And if we get it right, then it's up to you to donate $1 or more to Project Northwood. All the donations will be through their website, so we'll just, it's on faith. We trust you. So that's that. What else do we have to plug?
I think I need another book. I might have to run upstairs and get another book.
Sure.
And I'm just going to be doing it like purely on...
So yeah, Claire is just looking at monster stats.
No, hang on. I might be able to...
For this one.
Sorry, I might be alright. I might have found what I wanted.
What else can I say? We went to an escape room. It was fun.
Chinese White Rabbit coming out 28th.
True, yes. The 28th is also the release date for White Rabbit. So Wonderland Nights, White Rabbit.
Oh, and you can do the recap.
Yes, I can. Wonderland Nights, White Rabbit is coming out in Chinese on the 28th. And so that's really exciting. So if you want to play that game again in Chinese, then that's something to look out for. And also, no exact date yet, but watch this space for the Nine Lives of Nim, which will be re-releasing soon with full voice acting, as well as the expanded plots, which I believe are already in there. So the story so far, oh man, let's see what's happened so far. Ambrogio, Ruslan, Leona, and Valentino are traveling all around Tirenia to get their smith's apprenticeship. And so the idea is that they go to each of the different cities and they learn from the masters of smithing there, and then they keep traveling on. And they've had quite an eventful time so far. So we travelled firstly to Medilano, where we were turned away. That's the city of the Silver Dragons. And Valentino ran afoul of some brigands on the road, which was mysterious, though we've since discovered what that was all about. We travelled down to Falsina, the university city, and there Valentino managed to make himself a sword, which was so magical that a spirit came and occupied it. And it is the spirit of Maria, his mother, and so we call it the Mum Sword. And we discovered very quickly on that Ruslan, my dwarven companion, our sort of like nanny, knew something about Maria. He knew more than he was letting on. Oh, you need that book.
Mordenkainen's Tome of Oaths. Sorry about that. You keep going with your recap.
Yeah. So we got run out of Falsina after Ambrogio decided to swing around his new sword a bit too much. Well, I mean, that's really what happened, isn't it? Idiot teenagers. And we went to Fiumense, where we discovered that Ruslan gets... we discovered that racism is bad, but also that the dwarves themselves didn't like Ruslan, that he wasn't acting like a proper dwarf, and so they were shunning him too, and he was sort of stuck in between two worlds. And also, while we were there, we found that the Bronze Dragons were launching their attack on Medilano, which, if you're at Armageddon, you took part in that campaign and you helped win the day for the Bronze Dragons. And so our party went and smuggled themselves up into Medilano to help with the siege, but they weren't able to affect the outcome of the battle. And so when the city fell, they smuggled the gnomish master artisan out to the city of Zegura in the Northern Mountains. On the way to the Northern Mountains, Valentino got accosted again by the heavies who were looking for him, and it turned out it was because he had, besmirched the honor of a noble lady, consensually, of course, in Matauro. The noble lady happened to be the sister of the Duke of Matauro, and was herself an Iron Dragon. So that was a bit of a surprise. And Valentino left the party so that he could get ready for his nuptials. We continued up north to Zegura, which we believed had been destroyed by dragons. It turned out that the gnomes had actually just moved themselves underground and had created this incredible automated city from where they were plotting and planning. When you plot and you plan at once, it's plotting. They were planning the sort of humanist endeavors for Tirenia, the fight to reclaim the world from the dragons. And while there, Leona, our very religious cat companion, wound up walking through a magical barrier that dispelled magic on her, and suddenly she turned into a kitten and a bone. Whoops. A saint bone, to be precise, a holy relic. And at this point, we'd learnt more from Ruslan as well, so we knew that he was originally from Chimeopoli, as was Maria, that they had rescued me from my father, who they refused to tell me more about, and fled on a boat where they'd washed up in Monte Mamiliano, which is the island of the copper dragons, and that Ruslan had actually died and been brought back to life in the body of a dwarf, which is why the other dwarves shunned him, because they could tell that he wasn't really, culturally a dwarf. We made our way down to Mataro, where we helped organize the wedding, and we also had to infiltrate the neighboring city of Perusi and rescue the smith there who'd said some rather imprudent things about dragons. In fact, it's turned out the entire Smith's pilgrimage, the Smiths are all on the side of the humanists pretty much, and most of them. But it seems like the whole custom of doing this sort of pilgrimage from city to city is a way of being able to have sort of underground contacts between the Smiths. And what seems like a sort of professional association across multiple guilds is in fact recruitment and intelligence distribution ploy for the humanists, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
Anyway, at the wedding, a mysterious man in black, who was quite scary, showed up and said some things. Is he actually my father? Well, Ambrogio is too clueless to know. So
until Ruslan told you.
Oh, until Ruslan actually outright told me. Cool. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
And Maria told me.
Yeah.
Anyway, we made our way down to Monte Mamiliano, where we had to grapple with issues of humanist extremists trying to attack some dragons who weren't really much of a harm to anybody, and using the dragon hermit as their sort of as a part of their scheme to attack the copper dragons. And Ambrogio and Ruslan had to team up with the copper dragons to thwart them, which makes Ambrogio feel like a bad humanist. Anyway, Valentino, though, is not with us because after the wedding, for reasons that we don't fully know yet, he has been blackmailed, pressured into joining the Black Dragons for an unknown reason. And so he's gone to Kaimeopoli. And so we are on our way to the place that I've been told this whole time, don't go to Kaimeopoli, don't go to Kaimeopoli, you don't want to go to Kaimeopoli, stay away from Kaimeopoli. So we are going to Kaimeopoli. With Ambrogio, with Ruslan, with Leona, and with Ramane, who is our copper dragon companion, and these are the stats for her human form.
Yeah, she was so curious. She just decided to come with.
Yeah. I see she's a little bit more powerful than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Well, she is a dragon. Yeah.
This is just a human form, though.
Yeah. Now, presumably, she could, if she wanted to, transform back into dragon form and just absolutely wreck some stuff. And that sounds like a wonderful way to draw out every single dragon in the city and have them just descend on us en masse. So
you'll be real careful about that.
So she does have this sort of immense power up that she can draw on.
An emergency break glass.
An emergency break glass for dragon. But we really don't want to use that power except in the utmost emergency.
Okay, so are you ready for your horoscope?
I am. My final
horoscope, not horoscope. Nothing bad's gonna happen.
Oh no!
Honest.
And I also know Claire's been teasing with me since my my home D&D group wound up taking the one action that wound up wiping them all out. Not over, but they've all been wiped out. There is something that I could do in this one, probably several somethings that I could do really, that will lead to my instant demise here.
I doubt you'd do it, but like...
The only one I can think of is have Romano turn back into dragon form in the middle of the town square and
that's
go,
actually
yoo-hoo, I'm here, which that
I don't think you'd be able to convince her to do that, though.
No, it's insane.
All right, your horoscope. Sorrelina, little sister moon, and Sphinx, your 7th house. Your hopes for the future may be misaligned with legal promises or contracts made. Sorrelona, the big sister moon, and Bullet, your 10th house. What happens now could define the rest of your life. Oh no, no pressure. Sorella and Ziana, the old sister moon, and Etten, your 6th house. Your connection with your mother is important. Oh boy.
Okay, so tell me something I don't know with all of those.
The stars aligned perfectly. Also, like, horoscopes should just read as stuff you really already knew anyway. Right? Like, they're fake anyway. Okay. Are you heading overland, or are you taking a ferry down the coast?
Well, having just done some more writing for the setting guide, up to 83,000 words, whoop whoop. I now know that Fiumenzi has a port.
I thought it would.
That's something I just wrote down. So it's this tiny little city, and they have just bought it off Staglia for 100,000, a ridiculous amount of money.
Dangerous deal to make, though, with the Staglians.
Yeah, but it means that so for the river that they're on, I think it goes through another city that they want to avoid. I can't remember which one off the top of my head. But they built a canal out so that it reaches this other town, and so that they can get boats in up that way.
So what? They've just dried up the river to the other town?
No, it's still there. They can't.
Okay.
They can't get rid of it.
So where do they get the canal water from?
Well, it's all flowing downhill. So if you build a canal, it will flow in two directions rather than one.
Yeah, but there's where does the water come from?
Oh, up in the mountains.
But what I'm saying is the volume of water will be different.
Oh, sure. A floodplain, and they routinely have too much water, so
sure.
Having an extra canal.
So in fact, they've actually helped their enemies.
No, they're on a floodplain. There's a little dip where they are, and then it. Yeah. Anyway, they built a canal so that they can get stuff out to the coast, and they've declared it a free port, so anybody can put in their boats there, and it's open to everyone.
Okay.
But this is all a very new development. But it is where we would have gotten the boat over to Monte Mimiliano in the first place. And so after we learn so now we would have learnt the technique in Monte Mimiliano.
Yeah.
So what was the technique in Monte Mimiliano?
Music.
Oh, that's right, yes. So I will write that down.
In fact, do you want to come up with what you and Leona have made?
Oh, what was the name of the smith again?
Angela. Sister Angela. What's her surname? She did have one.
I've only got people's first names.
Oh, okay, Sister Angela. Oh, the Oromia.
Oh.
She came from Oromia.
Yeah.
Before moving to the mountain.
Anyway, music. So I guess we would have had to make. I feel like making a full organ is a bit excessive, right?
Things that you could make. You could make metallic pipes, either like a single pipe, like a flute, or like a mouth organ. I don't know what actual medieval things they had, but it could be more like pan pipes rather than a full-on mouth organ.
Metallic pan pipes. No, that's quite cool. I like that.
Make it's sort of like a harmonica, but upsized, because I guess they don't really know. I don't know. Maybe mouth organs. Then I don't know.
They did have pipes. So.
They did. You couldn't make a stringed instrument with them. Well, I mean, you can make the strings, but that's a bit advanced. But you wouldn't really be able to cart around a whole thing. Plus, you'd need the wooden frame if you're going to do that. So, stringed instruments out, metallic percussion, glockenspiel would be acceptable. Triangle, yeah. Really advanced, so possibly Leona could do it.
Well, why don't we do some rolls and see
she can make
what...
a brass instrument.
Oh, that would be very...
Yeah.
Horn or something. See, it's been a while since I've had Leona's sheet, so let's see.
Yeah, like a glockenspiel would be super easy to make because all you need to do is make individual keys and make sure that they're the right tone.
Well, she got a 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay. She could probably make a woodwind, well, not woodwind, but a flute or pipes type thing. I'd say she'd have to get like 20 plus to make a brass instrument. So
sure.
Yeah.
And I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With advantage because I've got all my stuff is min-maxed around being able to do smithing. Oh, I got a 20.
Cool. Okay, you can make a horn if you want.
Cool. Okay, so she'll have the metal.
You actually do better than Leona at your smithing check. So yeah, she's got panpipes, and you've got. I think with a basic 20, you've probably got a fairly basic horn, not like a French horn with all the loop-de-loops.
No, those are pretty complicated.
I don't think it's got valves. I'm not even sure if they'd made valves by now, to be honest.
I'm not sure.
But what you can do with a basic horn without valves is it's all about the lip pressure and the air pressure, what notes you can play. So you can basically play the first and the fifth of...
Well, given that I'm not trained in performance and not trained in horns...
True.
Yeah, I probably can't play much with it. Though somebody else who could actually, had this training could probably do more with it.
But you probably have been playing around with it because, hey, say you got separated, a horn could be pretty useful to... and same with Leona, she can do a particularly shrill note up the top of her pipes to get people's attention.
So you're saying I basically have the Horn of Gondor? Except I don't have the cool animal horn too.
No, you've got a simple brass horn.
Actually, you know what? I probably could, however, have made it in a cool shape. So...
You probably still want it to be quite compact, though.
Sure. But I'll do it in the shape of a dragon horn. So, Horn of the Copper Dragon.
Very nice.
Yeah. Can't actually remember what Copper Dragon horns look like. No.
Hang on. Hang on.
Precious.
Things you are not meant to see. Oh, who am I kidding? You know that I've got a bookmark on Black Dragon. Doesn't take a lot of, it doesn't take many guesses to... Alright, where's our Copper Dragon? It's got like just a sloping triangle of horn. Copper Dragon is my favourite.
Yeah.
They look like they're stoned laughing.
And I mean, a Copper Dragon would be stoned and laughing, so... Yeah.
So, yeah. Are you going by sea?
So I think we're going by sea. We're following the coast. So
you went back into Fiumenza and then back out again?
No, so the port's on the coast.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I mean, to Fiumenza's port. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but yes, we would have just taken the boat from here back to Fiumenza's port. Based on the locations, I imagine that's the main place that boats would go from Monte Mimiliano. You just have to wait for a boat to go or pay a fisherman. So imagine we just waited for a boat to come bearing supplies from Fiumenza, and then we paid for passage on the boat back to land, and then we probably actually been a fair bit of waiting around.
Could be, yeah. What I was going to say is, did you, in Leona, you could just pop back up to main Fiumenza and get your smithing?
Actually, yeah, it's entirely possible, given that they were very we'll just crank this out. I imagine that there are far more boats going regularly up to Fiumenza, every day, probably. Even though the port's very new and they're still, getting the infrastructure going and getting it up and running. I imagine they'll have a boat going up to town every day. And it'll be a one day there, one day back sort of deal. Whereas a boat to Kamiopolis might be like, it might be a while. So yeah, all right, let's do that. Let's just knock that one off.
And what can happen is you can leave. Well, we'll just say it's knocked off rather than role playing it up. But,
yeah.
You could have left Rosalind down in the port, and if he found a ship, he could have sent word up by a messenger, and because coming back down wouldn't take very long. So anyway, you get your apprenticeship in Geomancy. I've forgotten what the special ability was in Geomancy, sorry, but anyway, you've got another smith thing knocked off. Oh, let's say plating. You can now plate your copper dragon horn in copper if you want.
That's quite cool.
And actually, maybe Leona will coat her pipe in like a dark material to disguise it, so it's not so bright and glinting.
Cool. How many did I need to get to finish my apprenticeship?
7, I think it was the number that came up with.
Well, that's kind of perfect then. Because if I go to Kamiopolis, I'm still on 6. But if I ignore getting the smith in Kamiopolis, and I just go back to Matauro to drop off Valentino after we've rescued him, 2 smiths there, and on returning successfully, I can finish my apprenticeship. That'll work quite nicely. And that can just be a postscript thing.
Yeah. I like that. I sort of hope you end up in Matauro and thing now. Anyway.
Suddenly we go through a portal. Whoa, we'll never be back again.
So you are on the ferry, coming down the coast. And...
Oh, it'd be a merchant ship.
Yeah. And a few days ahead of getting there, the captain points out to you, that's how we know where we're going. And you see this thin grey line.
What's that?
It's Montagne Flegri. Surely you know of it, most famous site in Kamiopolis. It's always smoking. They said it buried an old town there. Ancient, Roman days and all that.
I can't say that I do. And Leona says, oh, I know. Well, Romana doesn't know.
She doesn't care to know.
Doesn't care. And Rosalind doesn't know or care either.
Oh, no, he would know because he's from Kamiopolis.
Oh, he'd know about it, but he might not know the whole history of what happened. I got a 16, so I think she knows everything. Yeah.
This is a famous mountain that erupted back in Oromian days and buried a fairly large city. And it has been smoking away ever since. Just smoking. Constant grey little trail up to the sky. Except for that time when it stopped smoking for about a decade. Very strange. But then after that decade or so, it just started up again.
Oh, when was that?
It's normal. Maybe 2-3 decades ago. Yeah. No, I'm wrong. Maybe 4 or 5 decades. It must have been about 5 decades ago. I was a teenager. Yeah. Time passes, boy. Appreciate it while you appreciate your youth. As the ship grows ever closer to Kamiopolis, the smoke gets clearer to see, and then soon enough, the large mountain, the volcano, becomes obvious. Sooner than the port.
I just saw Romano's stats. I hadn't actually looked at her stat line, and then I saw her stats. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Yeah. Well, she a dragon. Yeah, her mental stats are
off the chart.
Yeah. As they should be for an adult copper dragon.
Yeah.
So anyway, But the question is, can you get her to do the things you want her to do? Yeah, the thing you have to contend with. And then soon enough, on the final day of your voyage, there it is, Hymeopoli, sprawling out towards the sea, and then even some built out onto the sea, in the harbour, protected by islands out in the harbour, protected from rougher seas. And after a quick conference, Rosalind and Maria are suggesting to the two younger people. Romane looks young, but she's not. Are suggesting that we get into the tunnels as soon as we can.
The tunnels?
There's a whole I'll do Rosalind now. There's a whole sort of not even secret society under the tunnels. Basically, there's just tunnels for miles underneath the city. It's a very, very old city, you see. So people just kept building up and up and up, and what was underneath just got forgotten. Except it's not really forgotten because like poor people live there and criminals do use it. But we're going to be much easier to hide if we're in the tunnels rather than up here.
I see.
I think I remember where
the dragons be.
One dragon underneath. Accepting yourself, princess. And so...
Well, that sounds like a good idea. How do we get down there?
Some dice rolls, please. I will have 2 d20.
Okay, cool. Or 1, depending on.
No, that's good. After a bit of dither, quite possibly like seeing signs of beggars. There is the need to light torches and stuff, light sources of their own and stuff. And there's
what's Hymeopoli like as a city as we go through it?
You really just saw the port at this stage. Have you written anything about the things that you'd like to point out, or?
Not that I remember. Okay. I wrote the stuff about Hymeopoli a long, long time ago.
Ports, by and large, usually look, the same.
Yeah.
This one actually maybe has a bit more stone work in it than the brand new Fiumense one, which will probably have a lot of fresh woodwork. Has been around a lot longer. And like I said, they were, building out into the sea, so there's typical Mediterranean sea city. And yeah, the tunnels, but dark, dank, sandy, salty.
Yeah.
Almost like, somewhere the salt water probably rises. Yeah. The ones here,
wouldn't be very smart.
And the population there's different layers to the tunnels. So, and also when I say tunnels, like sometimes in the port part, and you seem to especially be on the poorer side of town now, it is very just like looking for. Well, I suppose he has to tell you what he's looking for. I remember there were some places where, not exactly criminals, but like sort of people who don't have a lot of money, don't have a lot of means, and just need a place to sort of, lie low for a time.
Right.
They can get a room. It's sort of like
we might be able to find where Valentino is.
Yeah, it's sort of like an underground inn in a way.
Okay.
Although a little bit more informal than an inn, because obviously sometimes it floods and like. Anyway, it's called the Seashell. Seashell Inn. And that's what I'm looking for. But it seems like it might have moved on from where I last saw it. So I might have to ask around some of the beggars here. And as you guys turn a corner in the tunnels, in a particularly dark part of them, you see 3 black-clad, like leather-clad guys beating up on a solitary beggar. We told you to move on last week. I'm going snooping around. I'm kicking him.
Well,
Hasn't started in earnest yet.
Ambrogia's first instinct is let's draw the sword and go charging and start throwing the fire around. But before he's even put his hand on the handle of the sword, he then has the second thoughts. Is this the right thing to do?
Mother.
Is this the wise thing? Before he's even like...
Yeah. Your mum is like, let me at him.
Yeah, and then his next thought is, I can't just stand and watch this.
Yeah. Your mum is egging you on. Ruslan, if you glance at him, is looking super worried because he knows exactly what you're like.
Yeah.
But probably he's going to get... his opinion's going to get outweighed by you and your mum.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think we're not going to charge him spitting fire.
Sure. You can do some intimidation first.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you draw mum?
No.
Okay. She isn't happy that you're not drawing her.
But I am like, resting my hand like, we could do this at any time.
Yep. She's rearing to go, but anyway, that's fine. She can hold fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. What do you want?
Is there a problem here?
It could be.
Be a shame for you if there was.
Roll intimidation.
Yeah. Do I get advantage for having a bunch of friends or 15? Much higher for Mane made the roll, but I'm not sure how motivated she is.
She's playing the hooded princess. So like she looks like something from the cover of a romance novel with her hood on and yeah. Do you know what this means? And he's got like the mark of a dragon's claw on a badge. Do you know what this means? Do you know who you're messing with?
Do you know how little I care? Leave him now, or it'll be the worst for you.
He's not budging.
What's the beggar doing? Because the beggar might be able to get out of the way.
Can you roll insight, please, with him?
17.
There's something going on with this beggar. He should be running away.
Yeah. Like, while they're, busy talking to me, he ought to run.
But he's looking at you with a lot of interest.
Okay, Ambrosia is now feeling a little bit like, oh, okay, this is not going exactly how I expected. I expected I'd show up, talk big, the beggar would run off, they'd talk big, and then I'd walk off and be like, yeah, but I've got my eyes on you, and they'd walk off being like, yeah, we've got our eyes on you, and that would be it. It'd just be like cats hissing at each other.
Well,
but they're not backing down, and...
No, okay. He is still just dumbly watching you.
Yeah, he's not running away, they're not backing down. Okay, I'll give you this one last warning. Now, if you know what's good for you, casting prestidigitation. Is that just the firelight reflecting in my eyes, or is it like a sign of I can do bigger, badder things if I want to?
I'll let you roll intimidation again, please.
21.
21?
21.
Okay.
21 or 21.
Okay. That does it.
Yeah.
And they, with a few sort of like, you're gonna regret this, mate. Oh shoot! What happened to our live? No, we're live again. Okay.
Okay, good.
You're gonna regret this, mate. I better not see you again. And they scurry off.
Yeah, and we don't say too much to them after. Like I said, it was meant to be.
And then thankfully they make it around the corner before you go, ow! And have to like throw your scabbard off your hip. Mum is burning you. She's pissed. She wanted to fight.
I thought you were the one who wanted me to keep a low profile here.
And smoke starts coming out of the scabbard. And she starts saying in your head, I'm not myself. I'm not myself. And more and more smoke is starting to pour out of the top of your scabbard.
Wait, when she says she's not herself, does she say it like she's upset?
Yeah. In fact, like, I'm not going to do it because of my voice, but like she's almost screaming now.
Or like angry screaming, or like
angry and panicked.
Yeah.
She keeps sort of flicking between the two moods. There is smoke billowing out of the scabbard now.
Okay.
Can't breathe.
Okay,
Can't
I'm gonna
breathe.
grab the swords.
Yeah.
Again, probably burning my hands in the process. And I'm gonna try and cast control flames on it to like bring it back under control.
Okay. Is there a DC to that or anything?
I think this is a sort of special situation, so. Do you want me to do a spell attack roll? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
19.
19.
Okay. You manage to stop the billowing of smoke. Scabbard is still really hot, but like... And when Mum talks to you, it's like she's taken a Zanny. Like, she is sedated.
Right.
I just want to get out. Can't breathe. Can't breathe, and it sounds almost like she's going to sleep and like just sort of muttering in her sleep.
Well, this hasn't happened before. Is there anybody else around who's seen all of this? What's the beggar doing?
The beggar watches this and then scurries around the corner.
Okay, Leona will move with feline speed to grab him.
Cool. Oh, and your companion's behind you.
Yeah.
They seem to have heard Mum. So Leona brings back the beggar. What do you want to say? He's an old, mostly toothless guy. Well, basically his hair is almost like in dreadlocks. That's like, well, it's more matted, not rather than like groomed into locks.
Hey, don't be afraid. We're just looking for some information.
What is it?
The seashell. Do you know where it is now?
Oh, come with me. It might be a bit, easier on the old knees if one had a little, incentive to...
Incentive like those guys not beating you up?
Yeah.
And then, I will give him some money.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, don't worry.
He leads you guys looking back every now and again at, like, what's happening. Roll, and you can roll for the whole party. Roll your insight.
Okay. And I do want to talk to him about what's going on. Do you want me to do insight for everyone independently?
No, just roll it as a party.
Okay.
Oh, well, there we go.
Nat 20. So.
It doesn't even take Romano. Who's got the lowest insight? Is it you?
Probably
It's
me.
you, isn't it? You realise without anyone having to tell you, oh God, this guy's totally going to blabber about what he just saw if we don't, like, find a way to keep him hushed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, we're going to start off by talking to him about, who were those guys? Why were they beating you up?
Who are those guys?
Who are those men?
I see. So you only threatened them because you didn't know who they were. So you're just stupid rather than suicidal. Well,
No reason I
good
can't
luck.
be both. So who are they?
They were the Obsidian Men.
The Obsidian Men?
Yes, the Obsidian Men. They're the
Right,
ones
and
that
who are they
serve,
when they're at home?
They serve, big Obsidius himself.
The dragon?
Yeah. Well, one of them.
Which is the one that I'm looking for?
His last name is Obsidiana.
Right, so it could be.
Probably is him. Though,
Or
yeah.
it could be a family member.
It could be. Whether this beggar knows the full name of each and every black dragon is unlikely, but these are the Obsidian Men, so it's probable that this is the right family.
Yeah.
This turns around, and I pay tutelage to Umbra's men. Not tutelage, not tutelage. What's the word I'm looking for? I pay protection money to Umbra's men, but I guess this part of the town is now Obsidian's. There's so many things to keep up with. You be careful.
Is something happening?
Oh, they're always shifting the lines. The borders are always. Everything's always shifting.
But recently?
They say there's knows this. Oh, yeah, he knows it. They say there's this new hotshot Obsidian guy, young fella. But
our ears all perk up.
Yeah. Oh, what does he look like? Leona asks. Oh, I haven't personally seen him, but just a young person around your ages, fair haired,
yep,
tall, slim. Sounds like Valentino.
Yeah. Do you know where we could find him?
Oh, probably in the Obsidian Palace.
Right.
Unless you can, come across him in the street, but I don't know why you'd want to do that, because, I've heard things.
So is he working with these people, the Obsidian Claws?
Yeah, just Obsidian's men, or, they could be the Claws, yeah.
Okay.
I think every different black dragon would have a different thing, so, one would have a tooth, one would have a horn.
Sure.
Obsidian has claws as his.
Sure. Okay. Insignia. So this new leader, is he part of the Claws?
Oh yes, he's a new enforcer. Well, they say every enforcer has to do, something to sort of make their name when they ascend to power, and I don't want to think about.
Well, this area is under control of a new gang now.
Oh, right, really? What is that gang called?
The says Ambrogio, looking around, realizing he never actually came up with a name. It's one of the others going to have a good idea, or is Ambrogio going to have to rely on his rather low creativity?
What is the name of the lowest denomination of coin? It's not denarii, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, but if I say denarians, and it sounds like.
Oh, no. That's just like the Dresden Files. No.
Like denarii, though, is like, that would be fine, right? The denarii? What are those ones made out of?
Just copper.
There you go.
Actually, they're silver, but they're based with copper.
Okay. Well, you guys are from Silver Dragon Lands, and you've debased yourselves with copper, so Romani...
Oh, you can call us the pennies.
Okay, yeah,
Call us the bad pennies.
The bad pennies, I love it.
And
the bad pennies.
Old man, if you hang out in our turf, there's no protection money to pay.
And what is your turf precisely? And he's getting really patronising.
Wherever I say it is. You can spread the word about that too.
Well, all right. Who's now being told
the obsidian claws know.
I will. Am I becoming a
terrible plan?
Am I becoming a servant of yours, my lord? And he's holding his hand.
Sure, I'll give him some more silver. Meanwhile, is everybody like, what the hell, Ambrojo?
He was like clicking his heels together.
As Ambrojo suddenly decides we're a new crime syndicate.
Rosalind looks like he's going to poop his pants. Romane looks quite amused. And Leona looks very intrigued. Like, okay, let's see where this is going.
Yeah, so I'll tell them what my plan is.
Okay, go ahead.
My plan is that if we rile up the Obsidian Claws, then they've got a new leader who's going to make a name for himself. So he's going to come out after us. And that's how we can get in touch with him.
Cool.
That's my plan for making touch.
Right.
It's the sort of plan that somebody with Wisdom 8 would come up with.
Well, your new retainer has led you to the entrance of the Seashell Inn before he runs off to start spreading the word about you.
Yeah.
So would you like to explore there, or would you like to go somewhere else?
Yeah, let's explore the Seashell Inn.
Okay.
We're not going to claim that as part of our turf, because that's probably like neutral turf.
Yeah, very much.
No, we don't want to, we definitely don't want to make too big a wave, because if our waves are too big, we get stomped on by multiple people.
Alright. So...
Whereas if it just sounds like the Obsidian Claws are having problems, then... But they're small fry problems. That's the sort of right level.
Okay. There's a woman at the bar. She looks like she's trying to do the best with what she's got, but her clothes are very dirty, and she's missing quite a few teeth, and her hair is all grey. But she still, perked right up.
Okay.
Bit of rouge on the cheeks, and she's still trying to put up the hostess front. Hello.
Ciao, Bella.
My name is Katerina, and I think you look like people who might be looking for rooms. A private room, perhaps. I think she's sort of seen that you might have more money than the usual denizens of this place, so she's going to try and upsell you.
Yeah.
The prince's suite, perhaps. And there is an iron spiral staircase heading up to, which, to be fair, probably the most secure place in here, because the only way to get in and out is that iron staircase, which is right next to the bar. So whoever's on the bar will see anyone trying to go in there.
Right.
May I suggest the presidential suite? You may peruse.
Presidential suite.
No, sorry, the prince's suite. You may peruse first if you would like. All around you, by the way. So she's at the bar, and it's like a tank of a room.
Yeah.
Maybe this was part of an ancient sewer or something, and this was a big septic tank or something.
Oh, lovely.
But it's a huge circular room, and there's light coming from the top through grates, and there's little tables made out of lots of different things, wooden crates, barrels, rope coils and stuff around where people are playing, dice games and drinking from various chipped and old mugs and stuff. And
let's have a look at it. Yeah, we'll have a look at it first.
So up the
we'll say
spiral
as much there.
staircase.
If it's up to our standards.
Mm-hmm. And so you head up.
Yeah.
It's basically like if you imagine Cinderella's room in like the Disney movie, right? Like,
yeah,
there is actually some sunlight coming through.
Mm-hmm.
You sort of seem to be like looking through a grate that is maybe in like the side of the basement level of a building. Maybe that's what it is, because like little bits of ivy sort of poke through and stuff. So like maybe you're looking into someone's garden. I don't know. There are some beds that are actually in like all right nick.
Okay.
How many of there? There's 4 of you.
4 of us.
Yeah, there can be like maybe 6 beds in here.
Sure.
Some like slightly beaten up chests, but nevertheless you can secure them if you want to keep some stuff in here. Like a wardrobe to hang up. Like it doesn't have any coat hangers in there, but there's a wardrobe nevertheless, and a chipped mirror and basin in one corner, with like a bottle, like a big jug of water to pour in by the side of it, and yeah, probably the nicest place in the entirety of the tunnels. But by all of your standards, this is like poor.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. And that will be, and I don't think she'll actually. Can you roll this with advantage? Roll your intimidation.
16.
Okay, she's not going to try and overcharge you. Looking at the group, she gets the hint that if she tried to overcharge you, that would be pushing it too far.
Yeah.
So she will charge you whatever the standard charge is for this sort of living.
This is called a golden.
Sure. Will you be eating here?
Yes, for tonight.
Oh, well, very well. I will send word to the kitchens. Sending word to the kitchens involves her like lifting up a wooden window and yelling out. Yeah. But yeah, you now have a secure place, and you can put some of the stuff that you don't want to be carrying around down and stuff. Yeah.
And then we'll talk about our plans.
Yeah, and do you want to stay up there in privacy to sort of
figure
out what's happening?
Have the meal sent up to our room.
Oh, very, very well, sir.
Okay, so I think this is where I lay out the plan of we're establishing ourselves as a gang. We're going to mess with the claws, and we're going to try and draw out Valentino so that we can find him and talk to him that way.
Okay. Leona's like, it sounds fairly decent to me. Rosalind's shitting himself. And Romane has like an almost perverse level of enjoying this. Like, she just came along for the ride on this.
Yeah.
She has never seen people live in such filth before. She has never, except for like her own family, she's never been involved in organized crime before.
Yeah.
She's just like, this is very exciting, by the way. So, what next?
Well, I think we need to make ourselves more of a nuisance to the claws than we've done already. We need to find where they're operating and where we can disrupt them.
Okay.
Should we try and recruit some followers? It could help to establish ourselves as a gang, but I don't actually want to be a gang once this is all over and done with.
Sure.
Okay, I think we'll rule against getting more followers.
Okay.
Though getting someone who knows the streets and what's what and what's happening could be good.
Okay.
So we might be able to recruit a tout.
Okay.
And yeah, somebody who can tell us about like locations and where the different gangs are situated and where the claws have got their activities. Go and check down.
Do you want to ask your friend? Our friend needs a name.
Yes, actually, he does, doesn't he?
Let's call him Manfredo.
Manfredo.
When you come down the stairs in an hour or so, he's obviously done his work because there are a few stairs being shot up in your direction that mostly seem to be of like, what's all this going to be about?
Actually, Manfredo might know some of this stuff. So
yeah,
yes,
he may well.
Yeah. So yeah, what we want to know is where are the different. So what we'll do is we'll get a we'll just get a stick with some ash from a like charcoal or something on the end of it, and a bit of cloth, and we'll just use that to sort of draw a very crude map of the city.
Sure, and also with Ruslan's knowledge,
yeah, and we'll say, you know, we've been out of town for a while.
Yeah.
Like all my life. And yeah, so that's particularly what we're interested in is where are the different gangs operating so that we can avoid the other ones that we don't want to cross with.
So
and where are the key locations here?
You've got Umbra's men.
Yeah.
I'm going to run out of words for black soon. What are some more words for black?
Sable.
Sable, yeah, there we go. Umbra is in, let's say that. Let's just have fangs then.
Cool.
So the Obsidian's the claws, Umbra's the tooth, Sable's the horn.
Claws, tooth, horn.
Yeah. And they each sort of roughly divide the city into thirds, including underground. For the most part, oh really? Oh man, something wrong with our internet.
Well, that's not good.
So for the most part, the borders haven't changed all that much over the years. Things have stayed pretty stable. But now with the new lieutenant, Obsidian, the claws are starting to make a few adjustments to those borders. Right now,
what sort of activities do Obsidian's men control?
So they control half of the port. The other half of the port is Sable. And they reach up into just a huge chunk of the western side of the city.
So protection money.
Yeah. Protection money, smuggling. They have a few different hands in money laundering.
Money laundering, counterfeiting, all that sort of stuff.
Through different industry things, so just up from just north of the port is some more industrial type areas, which Obsidian and Umbra have a lot of stake in. And then reaching up into a slice of the rich part of town where Obsidian has his palace, and that's sort of like a stable base that never ceases to be under his control, really. And that part of town is, by all reports, quite beautiful. And you wouldn't think that, like, all the people who live up in the hills above the town live in the same city as all the sort of degradation that's going on down here. Whereas, so yeah, you've got Nero's controlled area, sort of the west part of the city, from the right up to the north, right spanning all the way down to the port. Umbra's control starts more in the industrial part and has a huge chunk of the industrial and the market part, leading up into her slice of where her palace is. And it sort of encompasses where the prince lives, the Prince of Crimopoli, the Prince of Trinacria. Although it seems that people sort of leave the prince out of these things.
Yeah.
He's got his whole figurehead thing going on, so they don't.
Okay, so it's roughly like that. Numbers at the top, and then Obsidian and Sable.
Sort of like that. Sable's up the top, but the sorry, Sable's Sable's sort of like where Nero is. How you want it?
Yeah.
With the third of the city, but has connections further out in the hills, leading up to Montagna Flegri. Those hills are full of rumor and myth.
Yeah.
There's a lot about probably smuggling going on, but there's also the rumors that like you can find the ancient palace of the giants there. There's rumors that Parthenio Magus hid secrets out there. There's
all sorts of
somewhere.
fun stuff.
I'm just gonna cut a few things so the CPU stops messing with us, because I think it might have something to do with the CPU.
Okay.
Why we keep going down.
Well,
okay, let's try that.
Seems to me.
And basically all the way up to the volcano.
Yeah.
Oh, and people say there are Sibyls living out that way.
Wait, was the port down here between Obsidian and Sable?
Yeah, so Sable's got interest in the port as well.
Okay. The palace is on. Yeah. Like the prince.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Sort of more like this, but.
Sure.
Yeah. And then like way out here.
Yeah.
And actually it's more like that.
It's deliberate oversimplification.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at the different list of things, what do you know about how they protect protection money?
Well, if you ask me, just collect it and then do nothing.
Sure.
The next thing you know, the next week, if you live sort of next to Sable or Umbra's territory, they'll roll in and demand protection money from you. So no one's really protecting you. They just take what they can.
They are now. So they come weekly?
Yeah, most of the time. Sometimes there seems to be weeks where they don't come for whatever reason, probably because they're having their turf wars upstairs. But
how regularly do they come? When are they next going to come? Do you know?
They come whenever they damn well please.
Right.
But probably in a day or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the claws, do they operate out of Obsidian's palace, or do they have separate stations?
Well, I've never personally gone there to explore because I'm not suicidal, but it seems as if Obsidian's palace extends into the tunnels and that his men have their complex as part of the tunnels under Obsidian's palace, and then they can just file out from there to come and harass all of us.
Right, that sounds like a terrible idea. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and do you know any details about the smuggling, where they come in, which docks they use?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I can show you that if you want.
Right.
Or just describe it to you if you want, and we can tell you sort of the warehouses where it happens.
Yeah.
But be careful. Because I wouldn't go harassing them at the docks. Not after what happened last month.
Oh, what happened last month?
He's very uncomfortable talking about this. But he says, well, that was the big opener for this new lieutenant of Nero. And well, there's still blood on the stones. Yeah. They say he slaughtered a whole ship. The whole crew of this one ship. That was how he got, the reputation. I mean, everyone who becomes a lieutenant of a gang, they have to make some big play, and that was his big play. And
wow, you think that was impressive? Well, wait till you get a load of me.
Rosalind still looks like he wants to poop himself.
Yeah, I bet.
Romane looks like hungry, and but Leona looks very sad.
Okay. Well, once he's gone, I'll ask everybody what they think about what we should target first.
Can't be that person he's talking about. It can't be Valentino, says Leona. It just can't be. He wouldn't slaughter a whole ship full of people. Not without reason. He wouldn't do that.
I'm sure the story has been blown up over time.
Yeah, maybe.
Stories always get bigger in the telling, right?
Maybe. And she just doesn't really know what else to say at this point.
Now, as I see it, we've got two options. We can't take the fight to Obsidian's palace. We'll get overwhelmed. The way I see it, our best candidates are the smuggling or the protection money.
Okay.
Now, I would love to break down the doors of one of these warehouses, take everything within, and then give it to everyone in this district. But I don't know if we can pull that off.
It sounds like that could draw out your brother. We could do that. And Rosalind's like...
Otherwise, though, Mum and I are pretty handy with fire.
Your hand starts to feel very hot again.
I'll just concentrate on I am in control of the fire. Yeah. I can do this.
And then it sort of dies down again.
Is Mum talking or?
No, she's still like that sort of sleep talking.
Right. Okay. It's just a problem that I don't have time to deal with right now. So, meanwhile, the protection money though, that's a nice public symbol. That's yes, please. So, I think what we might do is we might go and oh, you don't say. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
And don't forget she's got acid breath.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe we would go, and we've got how many warehouses do we have the location for?
Let's say 3.
3? Cool. Let's go burn them all.
Okay.
Now, I'll point out to Leona, because then with burning them all, they're not going to be able to get all the stuff out of them. They can escape easily enough.
She's not overly concerned. Yeah. Like she understands that logically. Yes, it's a big, large building. Yeah. People should be able to get out just fine.
Yeah.
She's not concerned about that, but she still looks sad thinking about Valentino.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to set people on fire if I can avoid it. Jeez, D&D morality. Yeah. No, I don't want to set people on fire, but property is another thing.
Sure.
And the men who are doing the shakedown, we can definitely take them. they'll be isolated. They'll be relying on threatening people who can't stand up for themselves. So if we can do that in quick succession, the other question is, how long do we want to stay at the seashell?
Well, this is the kind of place where I'm sure you can renew your stay as you go, so.
Sure. What I want to ask them, though, is what do they think about the fact that we are basically putting them all in danger?
These guys.
Yeah, we are putting everyone in the seashell at danger.
Ruslan is like, the seashell is like holy ground.
Okay.
I don't think, even if they tracked you down here, I don't think they would come for you here if they tried to get revenge. I think they would wait for you to leave.
But they might parley here.
They would parley here, though, and he does point up to the ivy-covered windows, and he's like, I don't see how they could bust through there unless they got, like, you know, a dragon to literally tear down the walls. But that would be the one weakness, is if they wanted to. And he's peering out. He's been peering out the windows, the grates, heaps, trying to figure out like where exactly are we. I have no idea where we are in the city when we go through here. But if they could figure it out, they could maybe get us through the Prince Suite rather than having to go through the main body of the seashell. And I think I think people would consider that an acceptable loss.
Yeah.
And not consider it. Yeah, not consider it holy ground being stepped on if they manage to just snatch us from our room without actually going through the main body of the inn itself. But the actual old sewer of the inn itself is like holy ground, and it's where the parley could happen. Absolutely.
Okay. So, well, we can stay here tonight then, but once we do the attack on the smuggling warehouses, and once we start knocking over the racketeers, we're going to need to move. We might have to slum it for a bit. But we can set up word that we will meet with the with Valentino here.
At the mention of slumming it, Ruslan will point out the tunnels extend further out of the city and actually like meet up with natural tunnels that come out of cliffs around about here. But there are like urban myths about those parts of the tunnels being like where you meet monsters from like legends and stuff.
Right.
But nevertheless, and he says like, even if we don't do the tunnels out there, the hills are still like,
yeah.
If we need to go camp out on the hills, that's sort of like, it's a rough place. And it's partly because it's so rough, but it's also mostly because of all the myths that go on around it. It's pretty deserted out there.
Right.
Because people talk about giants and mythological monsters and possibly snake-headed women out there. So there are more options than just staying in the tunnels.
Okay. Well,
there are also as well all the islands out here.
True.
In the harbour and extending out into the. Yeah. So there's a bunch of places. Set up your ability to escape too. You could do so. I feel like more cheese and crackers, please.
That would be nice.
Please and crackers.
Okay. Well,
yeah, despite the fact that he looks like he's going to poop his pants this whole time, Ruslan is sticking by what you say.
Okay.
Because he wants Valentino to decide.
Yeah, and this does seem like the best plan. Yeah, if I can't think of a better plan. We need to make contact with him. We can't go and knock on his door. So, let's... I think trying to clear out some of those monster tunnels is probably the best idea.
Okay. Cool. I like it.
So, let's line that. So, first priority is we'll line up our backup, our escape route.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
And second priority is we go knock over the protection men. Third priority is we set fire to the warehouses.
Okay. Cool. I like it.
Yeah. Because that gives us some escalation if we need it.
Okay.
And we set up word of like, here.
Where are you going tunnels? Where is the sort of exit you want to carve yourself out?
In the hills.
Okay. So you want to find an exit tunnel to the hills. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll roll a few dice to see
random encounters.
How that goes. No. Screw that. I can't think of anything more boring.
That's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, and fighting a few rats or giant crabs or... No.
Yeah.
Basically...
Given also that any encounter that we have in those tunnels, as long as there's space for a dragon to fit in there, there's no one who can bring word back. So
exactly. Actually, I'll roll a few dice just to tell you a few basic things.
Sure.
So
yeah, unless there's an interesting thing, then it's...
You find...
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are being very, very stealthy. Actually, yeah, let's roll some stealth, because maybe I'll change my mind on that.
Sure. Do you want one per party, or...?
No, let's just have a two-for roll, please.
20.
You guys are being very, very stealthy. This is good, because I don't want to do a random bloody encounter.
No. The whole idea is to be stealth about it, and where we need to just use overwhelming firepower to take down the obstacles.
And this is a good thing because, I mean, part of the reason why you can be so stealthy is you can hear when you are coming upon populated tunnels or chambers in the tunnels. Part of the reason why the Eastern tunnels have such a bad rep is that gossip has been spread on purpose.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot more gang activity out here rather than mythological monster activity. Sables, the horns are out here more and more. You've passed some of Umbra's men once, passing under the market, but for the most part, it's Sable's men the further and further you get out. They tend to occupy the chambers and not actually really patrol the tunnels, because roll insight with that. How much it can be for everyone. It can be for everyone. No, I mean just use that dice. Who's got? Oh, she's got plenty. It seems like even though it seems like all three of the major gangs, even though they have their chambers that they occupy, it seems like the tunnels are anyone's game.
Right.
And no one would have like the gall to patrol them. You see plenty of people going around and beating people up for money. But there's no like, you shall not pass through here. The chambers definitely have that. Like, people have definitely laid claim to chambers. But the tunnels, like, you'll see tons of people just sleeping in the tunnels. Homeless people, well, they've sort of found a home. You'll see people, like, setting up, like, their own little, almost market stalls in the tunnels. Like, the actual thoroughfares themselves don't seem to be owned. So you're able to just sort of go through, sneaking where you need to, not getting identified by people? Oh, actually, that's an important question. Okay, no. You avoid getting questioned by any protection gangs demanding money from people.
So I just realised that we've been really dumb.
What? Why?
Because if Valentino wanted to get in touch with us, he would have just left a message at the blacksmith.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like I've got wisdom of age.
You went badass first, and yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, are you finally coming to your senses now?
Yeah.
Would you like to go there first?
I think we'll stick with this plan,
Okay.
but yeah, let's pop in and see if there's any messages for us.
Okay. You do remember, though, the Smith here was not on your list of humanists. Anyway, you have a few encounters with some larger than average rats and mutated sea creatures of various sort of like, ooh, is that natural?
Yeah.
Until you do eventually, after it takes you almost 2 weeks actually of exploration.
Oh, jeez.
To figure out the perfect escape route, avoiding the majority chambers, finding ones that have like little hidey holes just in case you need to hide briefly and then resume your escape. It actually takes you a while to map out.
Okay, that's actually too long.
Okay, so
because we've already spread the word about us.
Right.
We need to follow that up faster than that. So we will settle for what can we get a sort of a direction in 1 day? Yeah, we want to just do like 1 day scoping around.
Okay.
Figuring out where everything is and figuring out which direction we're going to escape in.
You do not make it out into the hills in 1 day.
No.
Yeah.
But we maybe get an idea of like, if we went this way, we might have to fight some giant rats and mutated sea monsters, but we could get out to the hills. Cool, that'll do.
When I say mutated sea creatures, it's like they're not even like aggroing you. They're literally like some weird looking crabs in a pool that you pass by.
Cool, okay.
Yeah, they're not leaping out to fight you. This isn't some video game shit.
Yeah. It's like, what's that?
Yeah. Okay. After a day of long, weary searching, what do you want to do?
Well, we'll also go visit the blacksmith. That's the other thing that I want to do is try.
Rosalind directs you. Actually, you probably need your tout. Manfredo will help you.
Yeah.
Come out the entrance of the tunnels closest to the blacksmith.
Where is the blacksmith on our very crude map?
She would be in the market sort of area in the middle. Sort of more towards the port and the... So she's sort of like on the periphery of the Umbra and Obsidian sides.
Yeah.
Between industry and port and market sort of area. Her name is Rosa De Luca. And she is not a humanist, you know from your list that you received in Zagura.
Okay.
When you arrive, she sort of looks up wearily and continues her work. She is a... What did I write down here? Oh, she's just human.
Okay.
Human woman. Middle-aged.
Yeah.
Dark hair. She just looks up and looks back down and casts a few more like, you're not moving. Really. Can I help you?
I was wondering if you'd been left with a message for us. A man might have left a message in case we arrived.
She takes a long, hard look. And she spits on the ground. told him I wasn't going to take no message from him. If you're any friends of his, I don't want to hear you.
Yeah. Okay. We'll leave. Dead end.
Well, you could try more. You are persuasive.
Well, sure, but if she didn't take a message from him, then she doesn't have a message to convey. And she won't be able to get in touch with him.
Okay, if you'd like to make those assumptions.
Yeah. No, Ambridge is going to assume that's a dead end.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll go back to the original plan. It was more fun anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
So what's about next? Is it the protection racket or?
Yeah, protection rackets.
Wait.
So we're going to look for people for Obsidian's men. We're going to look for them shaking down people. And then when we find them, we're going to attack them somewhere nice and public. We'll threaten them first, but we don't want to give them the chance to escape.
Okay.
It's going to be more like, you are going to give that money back. Yeah, we're the bad pennies.
Okay.
What's this? Oh, Sean. Oh, God. Well, that's awful, Sean. It's called a second entirely different cult.
Awful.
That's awful. Okay, well, I will reply to that later. But yeah, step one is try and find them, and then, yeah, step two, once we have found them, draw them out into a fight, and then beat them senseless.
Okay.
We want them to escape. The aim is to basically publicly humiliate them. Try and get some public sympathy for us.
All right. One day in the undermarket.
Yeah.
You happen upon 3 claws.
All right.
None of them are Valentino.
Of course not.
No.
No.
Actually, it's probably just the 3 you ran into before who were threatening old man Fredo.
Cool. So, are they shaking down people? Have they been? Yeah. Cool. All right. So, I'll gesture for the others to sort of spread out and surround them. Well, for Ruslan and Leona, Rimhana can do whatever she wants.
And she will.
Yeah.
Oi! I thought I told you I didn't want to see you again.
We told you to stay out of our area. Our area has grown.
Ha ha ha! Has it now?
You've got something that doesn't belong to you. I'll be taking that. The money these people have paid you for protection. Protection from what? From yourselves?
From the boss.
We'll be protecting them now.
Oh, I'd like to see you try.
You're just about to.
All right, let's roll initiative.
Yeah, like we're just straight up going for a fight here.
I'll just do it. They got.
Oh, that's quite good. She's obviously a bit bored.
They got a 19.
So did I.
Okay, cool.
Though they might have a better dex bonus than me.
3.
Yep, they've got a better dex bonus than me.
Okay. 3 very tough-looking guys.
Oh, but I do have a 21 on Leona.
Nice. So she's going to get the drop on them. Roll it. Well, whatever you're doing.
Sure. And she's at a little bit of a... Well, we want them to run away ultimately. But nothing about taking their money off them would be sort of like, that's the goal.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what's Leona got for options. That's not particularly useful. Is there any handy spells that she can do? That takes her entire turn. Oh, well, you know what? She'll use a bonus action to cast a shield spell on me and toughen up my armor.
Okay.
And then she will just go attack.
All right. I'm just going to check what's wrong with my CPU.
Sure. 13 to hit.
13 to hit. Oh, damn it, constantly. Place. Yep. That'll hit.
And that's that -1. Oh, for a grand total of 4 damage. So
Oh well.
not very impressive.
Every little bit counts.
You got to start somewhere. Now it's them.
Okay. So they will.
So Ambrogio's up in their face. Leona's just stepped out from sort of behind them and smacked someone. Maybe not very well.
Yeah.
Ruslan is making his way out. And
you didn't want to like
whatever she's
have
doing.
him tanking for you, did you?
Well, we're trying to sort of like
bit flimsy.
surround them a little
Right.
bit.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to have them focus fire on you because it would just turn nasty very quickly. All right. We have a miss and a hit. You get a dagger in the.
This is hitting a 19.
Oh.
She cast a shield spell on me.
Oh yeah.
Not shield.
No, it misses.
Ho ho.
Then what is Ruslan's armor?
18.
Yeah, okay, so that's 1 hit, what with him, 2 hits. Okay, so can I have a d6 as well, please?
Yep.
He takes 11 damage.
Ouch.
Yup. And then on Arne, we'll have Leona be. Oh no, what did she hit with?
With Leona.
Yeah, what was her? Was it a melee
Warhammer.
weapon? Okay,
Yep.
yeah, so she isn't melee.
So she's got a 19.
Miss. Oh, 2 misses.
19 is really high.
It is.
Yeah. So we are pretty tanky.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Ambrogio's turn. Let's not go for creating massive bonfires immediately. But let's instead go Green Flame Blade. So draw the sword. Warmth it goes. Because I want word coming back about a guy with a flaming sword.
It is at least twice as big a flame as you are used to.
It's sort of like, oh god, don't.
Yeah. Something is up with Mum.
Yeah.
And she is angry.
Well, I'm going to use a sorcery point to be able to do a cantrip as a bonus action.
Yeah.
My cantrip is attacking with my sword.
Mm-hmm.
So, bam, bam.
Okay.
So, what do I need to roll to hit? Got a 17 and a 21.
Okay, both hit.
Cool. So the first one does 10.
Yep.
And 4 to the person standing next to him.
How much of that is added on fire damage?
None. Oh, the 4 to the person next to him is fire damage. And, like, maybe 1 point of it is the sword's
10,
magic.
10 and 4.
Yeah, 10 and 4.
So 14 and 8.
And the next one is 10 and 4 again.
14. Oh, so you've knocked a guy down.
Wow.
Like I said, Mum is
On fire. Yeah.
Her thing is double.
Okay.
And she is hurting the person you're striking as well as the person taking the extra fire damage.
So that was Ambrogio's turn. And
it's like, you know, like the last Laser Master who's swinging his lightsaber around and it's massive. That's what you're doing. Like,
wow. Okay.
Mum is a jet of flame right now.
Okay. That's bigger than I was expecting.
Yep.
Right.
You've already knocked a guy down with severe burns.
Yeah. Well, the word's going to come back about this.
Yeah.
And now it's Ruslan's go. And Ruslan's going to do the same deal. The greatsword is pretty overkill. Yeah.
He can go for the flat and try and knock him out rather than kill.
Actually, I'm sure he's got another dagger somewhere, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, actually. Ruslan's going to go for some daggers instead.
Alright.
Oh, I don't know, the massive change in damage is...
Just go for this greatsword. We can just say that
we can
just say that we can smack them with the flat of the blade if you don't want to be doing deadly damage.
Pretty much. Okay.
Like, you haven't killed the guy with the burns.
So that...
Unless you want to.
Is that... No, I don't.
Yeah, no.
That's 20 to hit, not 20 damage.
Mm-hmm.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How does the guy who got burnt by the secondary fire, is he bloodied or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Alright, let's just chuck this on just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
15 damage.
He is barely conscious and starts like backing out.
Cool.
There is one guy, and it's not even his turn in the initiative yet, so we don't know whether he's gonna.
Yeah. Now it's Romane's turn.
She skips her turn.
Yeah.
She's not. She's standing back like, did I even need to come here?
Yeah.
They seem to have everything under control.
Well,
do not need to dirty my hands.
No. Now it's back to Leona, who is going to try and smack the guy who's not hurt.
Yeah.
No, I don't think she's got any special things that she can do. Not really. Okay. Well, that's a nice easy hit.
Yep.
Okay. For another 6.
Okay. He will now roll with disadvantage. Actually, I need a black dice because I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
We're in Black Dragon territory now.
No, those are dark blues.
Oh. Yeah, no, okay. He starts backing off.
Cool.
Like, actually hands up first, and he goes to get his unconscious friend and drag him out by the boot.
You've got something that doesn't belong to you.
And he's like swearing, chucks the coin purse on the ground and just starts legging it with his friend.
I want you to tell your friends about me. Tell your boss about me. Tell everyone about us.
Your funeral, mate. And he
Yeah. Cool, and we'll let them go. If they hadn't done that, then there were attacks of opportunity coming.
Okay.
Cool. Now let's do it again.
Oh, okay. Let's just
I think at this point we can hand wave it a bit. But we want to find
every single time
a couple of these places. Oh, and all the money?
Yeah.
We will then say this place is under the protection of the bad pennies. And we will just drop the money. Or distribute the money back to people.
Every single time you draw mum,
jeez,
and as word starts to spread, you notice that you find it harder and harder to meet enforcers. Are you going for anyone but the claws, or is it just you trying to go for the claws?
It's just the claws.
Just the claws? Okay.
Because otherwise they might all team up on us and we can't take that. Sure.
Things get harder.
Yeah.
It gets harder to find claws.
Yeah. So this is just, we're just going to do this over the course of like one day.
Yeah.
Oh, the other part of the message is if And if anybody wants to find us, we're at the Seashell. We'll talk to your boss at the Seashell.
It gets harder and harder to find claws. You beat up 5 groups of claws before it becomes way too hard to find anymore. What it doesn't find hard to find is an audience.
Yeah, I bet.
Word about you is spreading, and people are just like, whoa.
Ambrogio is probably digging this. It's the others who are probably like, hey man, this is way too big now.
Romani sinks more and more into the shadows, and every time you're sort of like, where's Romani? She goes, right here, and she steps out of the shadows. She's like starting to think it was possibly not politic for her to come with you. Rosalind's looking more and more like, oh crap, someone's going to recognize me, even though the logical part of him is like, no one's actually going to recognize me.
Ambrogio's made a terrible decision here.
And Leona is like,
okay.
She really likes how you're helping the poor people. But anyway.
Yeah.
When you get back to the Seashell Inn that night, go get your things. Get out. You cannot bring all of this in here, says the mistress of the inn. I know what you've been doing. I think it's very brave, but you cannot be here. You are going to get everyone here killed.
When we don't want to get people killed.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to need neutral ground to talk.
You can bring people here to talk, that's fine, but you cannot stay here.
Thank you.
Go get your things and clear off.
We'll do that.
And she looks regretful, actually, especially that you were so polite so polite when she had to kick you out. But she has to think about her customers, and
we'd already been thinking that ourselves.
Everyone in the room is like quiet when you guys enter, and quiet as you guys march up to your rooms and then march back down. And then, just before you leave, like some people like and cheer for you, and
someone needs to call Ambrogio on this, but he's gonna. You know what?
Actually, you know what?
When he's just been distributing all the money, when he's been taking all the money from the bandits and from the enforcers and then distributing it, there would have been some money that was left over.
Mm.
So he'll slap it down and this is for drinks, and then leave.
Even you do hear, even with you being cheered and stuff, there is a guy as you're exiting that slaps you on the back and goes, "You're basically a ghost, but I admire you, son." There's like a grim admiration for you. Everyone thinks you're a dead man.
Yeah. Someone really needs to call Ambrogio on this.
Wow, it should probably be Rosalind now.
Yeah. As we get ready to go burn down those warehouses because there was nobody waiting to talk to us. So we've been knocking over patrols for a couple of days, I imagine.
As you leave, a cloaked figure follows you out of the inn.
Cool. Okay, so we'll go around the corner and then stop. And yeah.
And Valentino throws off his hood. What the hell are you doing?
I thought it would get your attention.
Yeah, well done. You got mine and Nero's. What do you want? What are you doing here?
We're here to rescue you. This is a terrible plan.
Roll and say, well, remember, he did say to you, rescue Leona first before you come for me.
Yeah.
So he wanted to be rescued, but can you now roll your insight?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, I can.
A look crosses over his face, and you suddenly realized in the maybe month that it took you to get here, something's changed.
Mm.
The situation has complicated. As a sweep of regret, despair fills Valentino's face.
Is there somewhere we can go?
Yeah, follow me.
Yeah.
And he takes you up through the tunnels and up and out into a quiet taverna on the upper side.
Now, I'm sure lots of people have been talking about us when we've been like big damn heroes with flaming swords going around, but hopefully when it's like guy with dirty hood and a leather bag over his shoulder.
Yeah, you guys are able to. Yeah, you guys are able to get a little bit of anonymity, and also people on the top side don't really know who you are yet. No. So up here, it's fine.
Also, if we go into another dragon's area, then the rumors might be a little bit more.
Valentino's not going to go into another
dragon's
area.
No, that's a bad idea, isn't it?
He's pretty well recognized now.
Yeah.
Things have gotten complicated.
Complicated how?
I've found out a little bit more about why Caius owns Nero.
So, well, what's going on?
And it's not altogether his fault. It turns out that Joya was supposed to be his bride.
Oh.
And so Caius sort of screwed up in arranging that without her knowledge, but I also screwed up his plans.
Right.
So, but he owed Nero in the first place because he would come here and he would, well, I'm sure you can imagine.
Yeah, I can.
Gamble and whore and drink and everything. He would let loose here in this town of sin because he couldn't let loose in Mataro.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know the exact details, but my brother-in-law seems to have a temper on him, and so it seems like Nero's covering up some atrocity that he committed in a haze of...
Thought he was supposed to be one of the good dragons.
Yeah, have you ever noticed how sometimes power goes to people's heads? Even the good ones?
And I've noticed good and evil. Well, a lot of that seems to be a matter of perspective and opinion.
And when you say that, Leona is like pulling on Valentino's collar and was like, what did you do? Did you really massacre a whole ship? Roll your insight. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 16.
Self-loathing fills his face.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
I had to do what I had to do. I had to make my reputation. They were slavers, all right. That ship was smuggling people. I still don't like that I did it. I would have rather have brought them to justice, but I killed the most evil men I've ever met in order to protect myself, build up my reputation so that no one would touch me. I've had a hell of a month. You have no idea.
You have no idea. We had to stop a kraken from eating a geriatric hermit. There were a lot of cats involved. It's a whole thing.
But he pulls Leona into an embrace and is like, I'm glad that you're you again.
So, what do we have to do to get you out of here?
Roll your insight, please.
13.
Okay, nothing. I don't think you can. Nero has, between the lines, never actually saying it, has threatened my unborn child. So I think I'm going to stay.
No. But we came here to rescue you.
Your hip starts to burn.
I'll put my hand to the sword and do the same. Like, Try and force it back under
And
control.
you hear the voice, and you notice by the looks on your companions' faces, they can hear it too. Maria is seething with rage. Kill him. Kill.
No! And this is out loud and maybe wasn't meant to be.
She's not talking about Valentino. She's just...
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
She's talking
Okay,
about
all right.
Valentino.
No, that changes things.
Gotta kill him. Okay, I'll just go check a note that I wrote to myself the other night.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cool. You get a very brief vision of the fire.
Right.
Again.
Yeah.
Just the whole, everywhere you can see, everything just hot, orange flames, stone melting. And then it's gone again, and you're back in the tavern.
Ugh. I look at my hand, which is now like, I imagine is like
actually
crusty.
No, weirdly, and the last couple of times as well, like you seem unhurt. But if anyone else tried to touch it, they would be.
Yeah.
And it is hot, like it's undeniably painful.
Oh, so like my glove is burnt, but if I take it off to look at my hand,
your
then
actual skin is unhurt. Yeah,
right.
But this like the scabbard is threatening to catch on fire every time.
Yeah.
Gloves is smoking away, but your hand is unhurt. And I think at this point Rosalind would kind of go, "Hey, Maria hasn't seemed very happy since we got here. I mean,
she really hasn't.
I can understand personally why, because ever since we've come here, I have wanted to poop myself. But
yeah, you've had that look about you.
Just the look of fear of diarrhea just on his face all the time. But this is something else. She's like barely even like a human anymore. Can I talk to her?
Can you? Without burning yourself? You can try.
He tries and yeah. His hand is red hot. There's like a mark where he touched her.
Romano, do you know what might be going on?
Ooh, what would she know? Can you roll a history, please?
Sure. Oh, one. That is a 17.
Oh, okay, nice. Oh, yeah. And you had another vision, and you had the vision with the sword.
I can describe the visions.
The vision that you had with the sword... Oh, that's right, I forgot. I wrote this in my notes. She actually took the other sword. She's got the other sword.
Oh, right, yeah. With the guy who melted.
Yeah. No, he just disintegrated into ash the second that her father took the sword off him. She has it, but as we all know, it doesn't have its magic anymore. And if you've touched it after the first time you touched it, you don't get the vision again. You've had the vision, but it still sometimes haunts your dreams. So she's got that sword. She might bring it out if you wanted to, but she sticks to her magical powers instead.
Sure. Formerly magic sword.
Yeah. I will try braving her heat if you want me to try and communicate with her. We could go somewhere secluded and I can try and talk to her in draconic form if that would be better. I'm less likely to get hurt that way.
That could be wise. Well, that doesn't sound like something we can do right here and right now.
No. You could go back into the tunnels for it, or out into the hills.
Yeah.
Leona, so we're just gonna go back to Nero? She asked Valentino, and Valentino's like, yeah, my child.
There's got to be something that we can do. Can we buy your freedom?
Maybe. I haven't dared ask Joya, because I'm pretty sure that if Caius can't buy him off, then we don't have that amount of money in the coffers, and I don't think you guys have the money, and Romane is like, I didn't bring enough, sorry. I just bought a travelling purse.
Only enough to buy a small castle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Only enough for my needs.
Only enough to buy a small castle.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we could step up our war on him, but if it draws his attention, either he'll command you to attack us. That's no good. And if we try to make it a threat against him, let you go or else we'll destroy your operations, he'll just come for us personally. And I think it would be wonderful if we could do what Maria wants and end him. He's a monster. But I don't think we can do that.
He's sort of shaking his head and going, I mean, you could try and rack up the gang war a bit, maybe, but he's gone from strength to strength throughout the years. I don't really know what we could do. Yeah. Look, I'm alive, and my wife is alive, and our child is going to be born real soon. I'll just make the best of a bad situation. That's all that matters, is we're alive. I don't want you guys risking it all and maybe dying for me. What are you rolling here?
Ambrose, you're having a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So, what are the terms of your service to him?
I don't...
Is it the rest of your life?
No.
Until he lets you go?
Yeah. It seems like he's had other men who have served a few years with him. Laurentio,
I'll have a look at Ruslan.
Yeah, Ruslan is looking pretty grim. He doesn't exactly keep contracts, lad. It's all threats and...
Right.
It could be that he'll let Valentino go after a while, and he'll just rely on the blackmail he has on Caius to keep Caius under his thumb. But unfortunately, and this happened to me, if Valentino proves himself to be too useful, Nero will keep fabricating excuses to hold on to him forever.
And we could, if we fake your death, you could never return home.
No.
And if you were to prove your lack of usefulness,
that could backfire.
But even if it worked, then the debt would just rebound to Caius.
Yeah. I mean, part of me wants to go, well, screw Caius and he should pay for his own troubles, but part of it is that I also got his sister pregnant and, well, saved her from a lifetime of being Nero's bride, but still, like, ruined the bargain they had going. So, yeah.
So what if he gave you an honorable discharge? That's a thing that used to happen, right? For soldiers.
Sure.
Soldiers who'd completed their duty.
Yeah. Okay, well, what are you suggesting?
Well, what if you performed a service for him that was so great that he had to acknowledge it? But you were hurt. Badly.
Right. Okay.
Maybe then he'd call the debt due. He'd say that was enough.
Maybe, but he looks a little bit green around the gills. What would I have to...
You'd have to get hurt pretty badly. But, fortunately, we have a friend who can perform miracles.
Who are you looking at right now?
Leona. She's got supernatural healing abilities.
She's like, I think you're talking about the people who was kind of sort of my parents and not me. I don't know if I can do what they did.
Yeah, I don't know if this plan is going to work. This plan is crazy. Well, I'll lay out the plan and then they can knock it to pieces, okay?
Yeah, sure. You lay out a plan of, like, amputating Valentino's arm in battle.
Yeah.
And he looks very, very green at the plan.
The plan is basically that he destroys the bad pennies.
Right.
The bad pennies ramp up their activities, and that he goes out and personally fights a duel with the leader of the bad pennies and kills them in such a way that the body can never be recovered, but takes horrific damage in the process in a very public way so that everyone can go, you are a good person who has done a good service for me, but you are too badly hurt to be able to continue to serve me.
Okay. Everyone sort of feels like, well, if worse comes to worse, that's a plan.
Let's call that plan B.
Let's call that plan Z.
Right.
And try and see if we can find any other weakness that Nero might have. Any other loophole. But that could work. But none of us want to do it.
Yeah.
The risks are far too high that any of us could die executing that plan.
Yeah. Well, the next plan is even worse.
Yeah, what's the next plan?
We could actually join the gang war.
Yeah.
That we could throw our support behind one of the other dragons.
Yeah.
That Valentino could betray his faction at a critical moment, and if we can't defeat Nero, we could help the other two dragons take him down.
Yeah.
Problem with that is that leaves, black dragons who are fighting amongst themselves are weak. If we resolve the gang war, this could just make life worse for everyone. Literally everyone.
Yeah, that's true. If someone consolidates power, that could be awful.
Mm-hmm.
I might do some rolls now, also. I might just...
Yeah. I guess we'll also lay the option on the table and Romano will shoot it straight down.
Yeah.
But what if she just takes him out?
No. Actually, need one more dice. I'll borrow one of your red ones.
Yeah. I think someone needs to come up with a suggestion here because Ambrosio's kind of out of plans.
Okay, Roslyn.
And he's really just bargaining with the universe at this point.
Roslyn is going... There might be other options.
What other options?
There are different different factions in the city other than just the three dragon gangs. There are other people that we could have friends amongst. For example, there's the prince himself. I don't hold any hope out there, really.
Yeah.
There's the podesta. I also don't really hold out any hope there. He laughs and says, oh, well, there's a saint, but I don't know, we've already had one saint's intervention on our journeys. I doubt we'll get another.
Saints aren't reliable.
There's the academy, the academia. We could see if, since we've spoilt our sweet deal at Seashell Inn, we could see if we could get lodgings at the academia. They're pretty neutral in this whole turf war, or at least so far as I remember. And he looks at Valentino inquisitively, and Valentino nods emphatically. Yes, they are still neutral. Or there are several different, like, smugglers' coves and secret societies out in the hills. They say the Sibyls are out there in the hills. I mean, it's a long shot, but we could try and ask what could bring down Nero. We could try. Sure.
Actually, I'm going to roll see if I know who the Sibyls are. Or somebody will. If I don't. Yeah, if Ambridger doesn't know somebody else, might be able to fill him in.
Totally.
Yeah, bunch of snaky mystics who can see the future.
Yeah, Romana is like, do they even really exist? Okay. Leona is like, cool. I want to meet some snake-headed women who tell prophecies. That sounds like a thing I'd be interested in.
It sounds relevant to all our interests.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a few leads.
Okay. Well, how can we contact you if we need to? When we need to?
Ooh, good question.
Leave a message at the Seashell Inn?
No. Get Manfredo to be your go-between.
Okay.
So Manfredo, being your tout, has got a little bit of a name for himself. So Valentino now knows what he looks like, and will use him as your go-between.
Cool. Okay.
Like, he'll pretend to threaten Manfredo in front of his men, and then quietly whisper a message. And
yeah. Great.
And he'll make sure that if you guys are out of the city, he'll keep paying Manfredo to make sure he stays on side.
Great.
Yeah. And Manfredo will make bank being paid by both of you. Yeah.
Well, that sounds like the best plan we've got then.
Yeah.
This whole adventure has been full of strangeness, so I guess we might as well have some more, but I refuse to accept that it's going to end like this.
I like it.
See you around, brother.
Stalks off into the night.
Oh.
Where are you guys going for the night?
I guess we'll start making our way out.
Okay. Camp out on the hills.
Yeah, I guess we'll find a tavern somewhere on the...
Oh, you're going to go, okay.
Yeah, above ground on Sable's area as an inn or a flop house or something.
Yeah. You're not very well known in that part of town, and you've got the money to pay for lodging, so no more questions asked, really. And then, what do you want to do the next day?
Let's head out. Let's try and find the Sibyls.
Okay. You should probably maybe ask for directions around.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, rather than sit out and start looking. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, we will ask around.
All right. Roll me a D20.
At the inn that we're staying at.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is this? Persuasion or?
Just roll me a straight D20.
Fuck.
At the tavern, the people you talk to are like, myths, legends. You're joking. Sibilants aren't real.
Right.
But Rosalind is quietly confident that they are.
Okay.
He says he remembers he met a mendicant sibilant a long time ago, and in fact, he recalls that she said that, like a snake, he would have to shed his skin. And he had no idea what it meant at the time. He sort of thought, like, maybe she just sort of means it in a metaphorical way because, I'm a gangster and...
Metaphorical and literal way.
Yeah, but then obviously, after dying and coming back, he realised, oh, she was right.
Yeah.
I've changed my skin. She's literally talking about how I shed my skin. So he's sure that the sibilants live out in the hills. Somewhere.
Well, next part of the plan is we need to find someone who knows where they are. Maybe someone who's been around for a while. Romana doesn't know where they are, does she? She's been around for ages.
No, she doesn't know this area particularly well, and she will not be flying. Thank you. She will not be flying around for you in case she gets spotted by a black. So,
no, we're not even asking that.
You don't want the hunts?
No.
Okay.
I'd rather have cheese.
Okay.
Well, let's go to the academia then and ask them. They seem like good next people to ask.
Wise decision. It's an academy.
Even the broken clock is anachronistic twice a day. No, they have clocks.
You find yourself in the it's actually like a really beautiful school grounds. And you're directed by a porter to go to a part of the garden where there's like a sunken pit where a whole lot of people are standing around watching. And you come closer and you see that there is an old man wrestling with a young man and shouting philosophy at him at the same time. And the old man is winning.
Every one of your academies is just going to have people doing philosophy while wrestling, right?
It's just so funny. I love it. Basically, imagine Cohen the Barbarian.
I was imagining King Boomy.
Yeah, imagine Boomy. But, he's shouting some thesis at the child. Well, late teen,
Well, I will stop and listen and try to follow what's going on with the arguments.
Roll your straight intelligence.
That's Leona. Oh, that's Ambrogio.
Well, I mean, she gets a plus. Oh, just
3.
She's not really listening.
Yeah.
You know why? Because she's eyeing up the body on the young guy.
Oh. Ambrogio's a little bit jealous, even though he intellectually has realised that this is not going to happen. His intellectual things are not really his strong point.
Rosalind is still too preoccupied holding the poop in to listen to the philosophy. And then the two of you are like, perhaps we should attend an academy. This seems like a place where some interesting arguments happen that play into things that you've encountered on your journeys about the nature of power and the nature of rulership and things like that. Things that could be quite interesting as a humanist. And in fact, both of you sort of get this look like, perhaps there are humanists here. That seems
philosophically sound.
Reasonably sound, yeah. So, after there's a ding dong, and the class disperses. Would you like to approach the master, and whose name you've heard?
Yes.
Isolin, Master Isolin.
Yes.
Maestro.
Maestro Evelyn.
Welcome, newcomers. Have you come for tutelage?
I'd be interested, but I am looking for wisdom.
Go on. Roll your insight.
Yeah, 15.
He's giving you that look of, do I know you from somewhere? This whole time. So he's very interested in you.
So
you can keep riding on this wave of like, please, go on.
2 questions.
Mm-hmm.
The first is, how does one move an immovable object?
Well, with unstoppable force, surely.
The correct Pythagorean answer, I don't know if it's Pythagorean, but it's one of these people, is with a long enough lever.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was someone who says, give me a long enough lever and I can move the world. So it's like, I approve of that idea. Like, whoop.
Actually, do you want to have a brief battle of wits? We can just.
He wins.
Yeah, probably will. Yeah. Oh. No, you know what? He's thrown off by the fact that he's now. It's not just the like, do I know you from somewhere? He's looking at you like, it's not that I know you from somewhere. You remind me distinctly of something or someone. Like, he is very interested in you, and it throws him off his game.
Okay. Well, it throws me off my game when he doesn't reply.
Oh, no, he's answering. It's just that you throw him off his game and he comes up with the lame.
Sure. Okay, yeah. With the beatable force. And I'm like, yes. That sounds wise.
What was your other question, lad?
Where one might find the sibilants.
Yes. Face. Yes.
Okay, I've now got a third question, and it's, why do you keep looking at me like that?
Because I'm
sorry, I don't want to be rude, but
I'm sure I know who you are now. Yes. Your face. Someone asked me that question maybe half a century ago when I was just a young professor here. Are you the grandson of Cosimo Ignatio? You must be. You're the spitting image of him, except his hair was black and yours is...
Who is this Cosimo Ignacio?
Oh, firebrand of a student. Native of Chimeopoli, but after...
When he was born, did the mountain go out?
What? No.
Someone was telling me the other day that the smoke from the mountain went out about then.
I mean, you're right, but I don't see what connection it has to Cosimo. He was a student of mine around about then, and yes, perhaps it is when the mountain went out. It was a very strange time. We were all concerned about it. He was a student of mine, very, very promising, and then suddenly one day he just vanished. People said he decided to go on a sort of grand tour of the peninsula. It was very disappointing to me.
Can you describe him?
The spitting image of you, but with black hair.
Romane, what did that man look like?
She has this look on her face, just like, yes, now that you say that, and she's looking at you, and she's thinking back, yes, it was him. Yes, that was the man with the sword. I didn't get a really good look at him, so that's why I didn't click until now, but yes, he really did look like you, but a different hair, definitely.
I feel like this means something very important, but I have no idea what it is.
Well, it means that your
Next
grandfather...
time I roleplay, I'm playing someone who's got more brains.
This means that your grandfather was a smith like you. And she looks at Iselin, and he's like, I didn't know about him having smith skills, but he was a very bright boy. He could have picked it up if he'd perhaps decided to. He seemed to me to be more interested in esoteric questions rather than manual labor and such, but He had plenty of determination. If he decided to take up smithing, I'm sure he could have. What did you say? How did you know him, miss? And he gets this look on his face like, you can't be more than like 20. How do?
I work out.
And you know what? I think she'll just start telling the story straight away. It's just like, well, he came to my father with an enchanted sword, and he bet against my father, and my father won. And as soon as my father took the enchanted sword off him, poof, he just turned into a pile of ash, and the enchantment on the sword went away. It was very strange. And Iselin looks a little bit sad, like, oh, like a very promising student died in a very just sort of
pointless,
meaningless way, and but also like it's been like 50 years, so
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
maybe 40 years rather than 50. I'm being very purposefully airy fairy on the timeline.
Mum.
If you doing the control, you can try control flames on her again if you.
Sure. I want to ask her about Cosimo Ignazio.
Let me just remember what she remembers. She has no idea who Cosimo Ignazio is.
Okay, never mind that then.
You managed to get a brief thing of
lucidity.
Lucidity from her. She did not know her father.
Right.
You get flashes of she's trying to remember that through the lucidity. She's trying to remember her childhood. She's trying to remember every male face that was in her childhood. She remembers like her grandfather and grandmother like caring for her mother, because they would have helped raise her because her mother was so badly burned.
That's right. I remember you saying that now.
Yeah. She thinks about her own grandfather and like, no, that wasn't him. So she doesn't know who Cosimo is. And as she tries and remembers, like, my father, all she remembers is everyone was really hush-hush anytime anyone mentioned her father. That
sounds familiar, I think. And then feel a bit bad for being snide.
He was, and Islin's sort of musing about it. He was very, very interested in the esoteric, which is why you asking me about the sibilants triggered the memory, because he asked me about the sibilants a good.
Why did he want? Do you remember?
Well, they were, mystics, and he wanted power. He wasn't so interested in esoteric stuff just for the joy of knowledge. He wanted to use power.
Sounds sensible. Not that I say that.
Iselin looks worried. I just need to go blow my nose.
Yeah, not that I'll say that, but that sounds just like a sensible, like, why would people be interested in stuff for its own sake? Says the guy with 10 intelligence and 8 wisdom. Yeah, no, I'm not saying this stuff, but it's just my internal thoughts. Sure. But yeah, the people who don't have high intelligence and high wisdom are not going to be as interested in this stuff.
Yeah. And well, I don't know what questions he would have asked the sibilants, but probably they had something to do with how can I have a great destiny or something like that. But I do actually have an answer to your question. Follow me to my office.
Right.
He can like lay out like.
I'll follow him.
Actually, yeah. As he's sorting through his things, and he brings out like a map and sort of shows like a narrow path, sort of winding through the hills, and like as you are all examining it, you go like, oh wow, like there are double backs, like there are loop-de-loops. You have to trod the same places like twice, and you guys are like what? Leona is like, why don't we just go straight here? And he's like, this is the path to the sibilants, or at least I haven't trod it, but if Cosimo made it, this is the map that he copied from my office, which I lent him. which I collected it from a traveling man who was selling it. So he allows you to take a little sketch a little copy of this,
Right.
and he's looking through his other books and stuff. He goes, you know, Cosimo came up to my office many times, and he was looking at books here and there. Is he's got like a few very old tomes, a few scrolls and stuff about like local places of interest.
Right.
Like the mountain. So he pulls down a scroll about like it shows a sort of map of the mountain and stuff. He pulls down a book that's like chasing Parthenomagus.
Yeah.
There's like there's a map of the island of Talaby. So he shows you a whole bunch of sort of places that he vaguely remembers that your potential grandfather was interested in. Yes, yes, he was very, very interested in all of this. Take copies of anything you want. Although, if you do choose to go up to the mountain, you best be careful because poisonous fumes, you know. And he shows maps in the Parthenomagus Brenus. So far as I've heard from people, none of these maps actually lead anywhere. I wouldn't put any stock in those ones. I'm just gonna see what my mum says about my baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh no, I think she needs us to come and help. We might need to stop this and go see to our baby if he's sick. Oh, damn it.
How much more would you say there is?
A few hours.
So about halfway through?
Maybe.
Not even halfway?
I literally don't know. This one, I've got, like, I know where all the pieces are, but, like, it's all up to how you choose to interpret things.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway. We'll end it if we have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you got any questions for Master Ezelin?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Well, Leona is happily copying down the map to the siblings.
Yeah, I imagine Romane is having a speed read through some of the scrolls and picking up much more quickly than we would.
You hear the occasional laugh of derision from her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roslyn is looking at the maps too, and rather than copying them, he's sort of like noting things down, committing it to memory. He seems quite keen to get out of town. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, let's do that.
I'll just check my notes again and see if there's anything else that he knows that you should know. I think that's all he knows about. Yeah. That's all he knows. Yes, well, I'm very grateful to have met you and know that my old student at least carried on his line, even if he died a ignoble gambler's death. Very strange, but to create an enchanted sword, this is most... actually, and he asks Romani, may I touch it?
Yeah.
Slightly disappointed that nothing
happens.
Yeah. It's like, very, very strange. Very strange indeed. Well, good luck to you, and please return if you have any more questions. He invites you to stay for the lunch meal if you want.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Stay for lunch and then we'll head out. But rolling to see what's served for lunch.
Rolling to see who serves lunch.
Oh.
He brings you to the table of the masters, and you're sitting there. And one of the serving ladies, around the same age as him, she stops and she says to him, It can't be old Cosimo's relative. He looks exactly like him. And Master
Let me guess,
goes,
this is grandma?
no.
Healed up from her burns?
No. This is a woman called Calvina. And she's been a servant of some capacity at the Academia for the longest time.
Yeah.
It's actually like runs in the family type thing. I remember him especially because, well, I was maybe slightly sweet on him while he was here. But yes. And then Hazelden's like, oh yes. He looks the spitting image of him, does he not? Oh yes, he does.
I'm feeling slightly awkward about how everybody thinks I'm this man from 50 years ago who set himself on fire.
Oh, pity about what happened to... And then she shuts up.
What? Pity about what?
Sorry.
No, please. I need to know.
I can't say anything. And she drops her dish and runs out.
I will go chasing after her. But she knows where to go better than I do, so if she wants to get away from me, she'll be able to easily.
Actually, but she's an old woman shuffling away. You corner her in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Please, don't hurt me. I didn't mean anything.
I don't want to hurt you. But all my life, people have not been telling me about who I am, where I come from.
But you must be the son of Nero. You're the son of Nero.
Yes.
I've made such a mistake. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it, but...
I only just found out shortly before you did.
You only just found out? What do you
mean? When I said that people have been keeping my past from me, that was a part of it.
I don't understand. All that I know is... So, your grandfather left, and then he came back, and he was very, very rich. And I only know this because I was friends with his parents. He came back, and he got married because he was suddenly very rich, and he wanted a wife, and he married a lovely young lady named Electra, and oh, that's right. Oh, that horrible accident, and then...
The fire.
Yes, the fire. She got very, very badly burned, and he was gone. The night after their wedding, he was gone, and he never returned. And then she had your mother, right, Maria, and
yes.
And then she died, and then she was married off to but don't... I shouldn't be saying any of this if I was...
No, please, go on.
Well, but you won't tell... You won't tell your father, will you? Because if he heard me talking disparagingly about his family,
I don't want anything to do with... He may be my sire, but he's not my father.
Shh, don't go saying things like that loudly around here.
He may be your father, but I'm your daddy.
And she settles down on top of a barrel. Actually, no, she takes you out to the garden and she fans herself off. Well, okay, let's see if I can put everything in order. So I lived nearby Cosimo and his parents. I saw him growing up. I was a few years older than him, and my family's always worked at the Academia, and his family were not very well off, but they scrimped and saved because they could see that Cosimo was a very, very bright boy, and they wanted to put him into the Academia, so they saved as much as they could, and I believe they maybe even got scholarships and things like that to patrons to help put him through the education, and he got here, and I saw that the tutors loved him. Everyone was saying that he was, the next big thing, that he would surely, have a doctorate, very, very young, and but he was also extremely ambitious, and just suddenly one day, out of the blue, he just left, and all of the professors were very, very disappointed that he just up and vanished, and his parents were quite disappointed because they'd spent so much money and so much effort of their lives trying to get him to go in this direction, and they said he'd just gone off on his own path, determined to. He said he was going to go and learn smithing, of all things. Then the next thing you know, like maybe 5 years later, he comes back and he's unrecognizable. There's like a fire in his eyes, and he's just all decked out in like the most exquisite armor, and he doesn't even seem like the same person anymore. And he comes back to his parents' house and he lavishes them with gifts, and he finds the most beautiful, eligible woman, and he sweeps her away in this whirlwind romance, and the next thing you know, they're married. And then, the most scandalous thing of all, their house where they go that night catches on fire, and he's just gone. People saw him running away. They know that he lived, but he just left. Was never seen again. And his poor young bride, horribly burnt. Horribly, horribly burnt. But also with child.
Are there any relatives of that house still alive? That family?
I think that must be your great-grandparents. They're long dead now, I'm afraid. They were heartbroken about what had happened, but they cared for Electra and they cared for Maria, but they had debts after the house burned down. They had debts to pay, and so your poor mother, who, well, no one's seen her in many years. We all assumed there were rumors that she died. I never...
Well, she did die.
Oh. But obviously after somehow getting you out of your father's clutches.
Yes.
And
raising me where I'd be safe.
What about your grandfather's side of the family? Let's see. They moved away after the scandal of the wedding night. I mean, you could go to that neighborhood and try and track them down if you want, but I'm not sure how much luck you'll have there. But that's what I know about your origins, so I'm sorry I don't know any more.
No, you've told me quite a lot. Thank you.
Just please don't.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have said any of this about the son of the dragon, but...
Well, you won't hear of it from me. Or anything.
All right. I trust you. I hope you find the answers you're looking for.
So do I.
I'm just going to check what my mum says.
Yes. It might be the end.
It's had about half an hour. Oh.
Oh.
Poor baby.
Yeah, I noticed he's been coughing much more the other day.
I have to take his cough medicine to him.
And yeah, blowing bubbles out of his nose.
Speaking of which, my nose just started running. Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay. What would you like to do now?
Well, let's make our way out to see the sibilants.
All right. How would we do, like, navigation?
Survival.
Alrighty. You've got a map, though, so let's have it with advantage.
Right. Okay. Well, if Romana is happy to lead the way, then I've got a 19.
You are following the Snake Road as it
Yeah.
loop-de-loops around various hills and doubles back, and you soon find yourself, as the evening light starts to fade, you find yourself outside a humble monastery where the roofs are tiled in green, and a serpent-headed guard stands outside the walls.
This must be the place.
"Hail, travellers," he calls. "Come, come."
Hail.
"You come with no ill intent?"
No ill intent towards any within these walls.
"Please keep the peace, and you are welcome."
Okay, we'll make our way in.
He points you out to go to a hall, and it's like a receiving hall. And some young initiates of the order are there serving people. So you are given a humble room, more like cells, for the night, and invited to the evening meal, where it is other travellers, though there are very few.
Yeah.
But other travellers. There's also some very old human, well, not just human, but various different types of humans who are not snake-headed, who are there, who seem, as you talk to them over the evening meal, it's like they are devotees of the Sibilants, but of course they aren't allowed to join.
They don't have the irregular powers.
But it's like they've stayed here and they've never left, and they've sort of maybe become a bit of a burden, but they also work in the farm and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and the initiates just quietly make their way between everyone, making sure everyone is served. And later on, just before it's bedtime hour, a more senior initiate comes to you all in the common area between yourselves. "Thank you for making your way here. How can we be of assistance?"
I wish to find wisdom.
"Well, I will just make an appointment for you. You should be able to have your turn in the late morning tomorrow."
Thank you.
And she jots it down in her little schedule. "And would anyone else like to make an appointment, or is it just this young man here?"
Well, do any of the others want to? I'm sure Leona and Romana would like to.
Definitely.
Not sure about Ruslan.
No, he's spent too long being secretive.
He's seen enough weird stuff as it is.
And he's also spent so long being secretive in his life that he doesn't want to risk outing himself through these ladies.
Yeah.
Right, so after everyone makes their appointments, you're not gonna be able to leave here until late afternoon if you decide to leave here at all at that point, because you might want to stay another night and travel the morning after. And we'll just see what Mum says. "What are you up to?" "In the middle of our life's dream."
We might need to cut this one off halfway.
But we will cut it off if needed. LOL. Oh wait, I shouldn't be shutting that because I need to see the stream manager. Right. So you have a peaceful night. It's actually extremely peaceful here.
Yeah.
And a great feeling of safety as well, because
which is nice.
This is extremely secluded and you have to walk a very windy path to get here. All right.
Right.
The next morning, you have your breakfast meal. You can tour the grounds and see initiates and devotees tending to the fields.
Yeah. What do they grow here?
Food themselves.
Yeah.
And also medicinal plants to aid in the prophesying.
Right, so drugs.
Yeah, as well as they are in the foothills of the volcano, so there's probably a deal of fumes aiding in the process as well.
Yes.
But the soil is very, very, very. I'll just tell her. She said no, all good, but I'll tell her if the situation changes.
Yeah.
Should bring him back about 4. Yeah.
Sure. We should be done by then, right?
Oh yeah, totes. God. I don't think we're doing a 6-hour live stream.
And yet.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, if the sibilants can give us a sort of a clue about what to do, then we could.
Right. I shut the thing off again. Silly me. Okay. And there's artifacts of the cult to look at and stuff, and then eventually you are summoned, and you are led into this chamber where around in a arc sit a nice prime number.
7 is the classic.
Sit 7 snake-headed women.
Otherwise 13 if you want the snakes to be slightly more sinister.
7 snake-headed women.
7 snake sisters.
7 snaky sisters sit in an arc.
Sit in a semicircle.
Sit in a semicircle, thank you. and they are all on raised thrones. And the room smells of sulfur. And you get a little bit dizzy from being here. And one of them opens her eyes and looks at you. And she looks quite ancient. And she hisses in a haze. Have I not seen you before?
My grandfather. And I'll cough a bit because of all the fumes.
And then on the opposite side of the circle, another one flicks open. And ah, yes. That makes sense. Too young. Too young. What would you ask?
Do I know anything about how many questions I'm allowed to ask, or?
No.
No.
There was no rules were told to like stand exactly here and don't move until you are dismissed.
Yeah.
Do not touch the siblings.
Yeah. Keep arms and limbs all inside the vehicle at all times. How do I free my brother Valentino? How do I defeat my father? Who is Cosimo Ignazio?
The eyes of a younger woman flick open. She tastes the air, her tongue briefly. Ah, fire. Such fire. And across the circle from her, speak with the fire. Speak with it and ask for its help. And then another one's eyes flick open as that one shuts. But the fire will consume you. Beware. And another one's eyes flick open. To counter the fire, you require water. Seek the water so that the fire does not consume you. And the one in the middle, her eyes flick open. Both and water are needed if you seek to take on your father and live to tell the tale. All your questions will be answered in the fire.
Well, that's not freaky at all.
And their eyes shut. And an initiate comes out of the shadows and leads you away.
Right. Well, I spend a while thinking about this while I wait for the others to have their visions.
Yeah, so Leona goes in first.
Yep.
What do you do in the unspecified amount of time she's in there? Oh yeah, and it felt to you like 5 minutes, but when you come out, it's been an hour.
Of course.
Yeah. And it seems like it will probably be a similar time for Leona.
I think I'm going to reflect on the thing. I don't think I'm going to go back into where Rizlan is. I think I'm going to be waiting for the others to be done. I don't think I'm ready to discuss it with the Romane yet. So I think I'm just going to be reflecting on the fire and the water. The fire seems obvious.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big old fiery mountain right there.
That's a pretty good thing. Yeah.
So, go up and talk to that.
Yeah.
Because I'm still pretty sure that Cosimo did something that made the fire go out.
Oh, because of what the captain said.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And
the timeline would possibly link up, yeah.
Yeah, it seems pretty close enough. Like, I don't think I believe in coincidences anymore.
Sure.
But I also think about how Cosimo got destroyed by fire in the end. That maybe he got the power, but he didn't get the water. And that's maybe what I would wind up getting if I went up there and got the fire, whatever that means. That it would be too much. That maybe I'd be able to use that to take on Nero, but it would destroy me too. So find the water. And from where I am, I'm imagining there's a bit of a sort of a vantage point. I can look out and I can see all the water around.
Yeah, you can look out to the sea.
What's that mean?
You can look out to the sea. There's a lot of water.
There's a lot of water.
You can maybe just see the tip of the castle poking out from the city onto the fort, out into the sea and some of the islands on the harbour, and there's a lot of water around, and it could mean anything, or it could mean something more specific. Yeah,
the fire seems awfully, like, that's clear. And I also think about how if you heat metal with fire, you have to quench it with water to make it strong.
Yeah.
How neither one can do it on their own, but it's by using them together that you're able to create. Do I need to take the fire first and then quench it? Or...
And then Leona comes out.
Yeah.
And she goes and finds you straight away. Whew, what a trip. I have no idea what any of that meant. Whew. Something about I'm going to have to enter a cave, and that I am a vessel and I will be filled. It sounds like maybe sort of like semi-religious, like if I could maybe consult the Biblio and maybe it would like, because like vessel, that's a potent symbol word, and caves are pretty important, and I don't know what any of it means.
There are a lot of caves around here.
Yeah, there are. I mean, we've sort of been in caves the whole time. I did just come out of a cave brought back to life by like my sort of parents.
You were sort of a vessel.
I was sort of a vessel anyway. I have no idea. Yeah, well, that's what I got. Do you want to tell me what you got, or I mean, I won't press if you want to just understand if you don't want to say it.
I got told that I need to find fire so that I can defeat Nero.
Fire. Okay.
And I have fire. And I have more fire than I have ever before. I don't think people are meant to have fire at their control like this.
Yeah, that seems.
But
they say
I need more. But they said it would destroy me unless I can find the water. And with what you're saying, the vessel to be filled with what?
Like filled with water.
Filled with water?
Maybe I have some sort of connection to the water that can help you.
Maybe.
Maybe we need to find the cave that they were telling me about, and something will. I don't know. I'll get like water powers or something. I don't.
Oh, that'd be sweet. And then I just start making jokes with her about how she can be like Splash. And then make jokes about wet cats and yeah.
Hey, what has your mum got to say about any of this?
Mostly all she's had to say is kill, kill, kill. But I'll check to see what she's got to say.
With doing control flames again,
yeah,
you are able to get a little bit of lucidity out of her, and her kill, kill, kill has changed to like you can now see the vision of the fire way more clearly now, and it's not you in it, it's her walking in to. It's not all fire anymore, you see. There are rocks under her feet, so hot she can feel it through her heavy-soled boots. Hot, hot rocks, and the fire rises up before her, but it doesn't burn her. And you can see her hands in a pleading type gesture. And then that's all you get. So it's not you in front of the fire anymore. She was in front of the fire. You get the feeling that what you're seeing is not a vision, but a memory.
Right.
This happened to her while she was alive, maybe.
Well, okay. I relay that. And maybe she tried to get the fire before.
It sounds like it.
Inverted commas.
But she didn't get the water, and so fire
consumed her.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Man. I wonder why she didn't tell you any of that before. Surely she would have tried to stop you being consumed by the fire.
She doesn't seem to like telling me much, to be honest.
But she also worries about you. So she told you not to come to Chimeopole. What if it was not just Nero she was trying to defend you from? What if there was something else? Wow, okay. I think our next move is to...
If she told me what it was, maybe I'd have a better defense against it.
Yeah. Okay, maybe our next move will be to either go up the volcano or to try and find the water that will counter the volcano.
It sounds like we should try and find the water next.
Yeah, that seems smart. Find the water first, then find the fire. Okay.
Well, let's see what Romane has to say.
All right. Romane comes out eventually. And she looks grim for once.
Oh.
And when pressed by Leona, she says, sorry, it wasn't really about any of you. It wasn't anything to do with your current worries. It was about mine.
We've been doing so much about what's worrying me. What are your worries? How can we help?
I don't know if you can really help. You might all be dead by the time it happens.
By the time
she just says that in like a really matter-of-fact way. Like,
yeah, I know.
You're humans, and you might just be dead. We might be like super old. It could happen at any time. It could happen next year. It could happen in like 50 to 100
What could
years.
happen?
Oh, like someone rolling us. Someone just like conquering us again. And she sighs like, everyday troubles, like, oh, never mind, dragon politics. Suffice to say, Sybil and Cinkai will be alive next time we get rolled by someone. So, I guess it's happy that I survive.
Or that it means that everything will come crashing down in her lifetime.
Yeah.
Just like, that's great.
Yeah. So she's just sort of semi-bummed out about, like, her happy libertine existence will end at some point during her lifetime.
Yeah.
But yeah, she got nothing to help you.
No. Why should she?
No. Do you want
no, good thanks. For now. Okay. I was half expecting her to be like, yep, I got the answers I'm looking for. Bye.
Well, she got the answers she's looking for, but she's still interested to see where your story goes.
Yeah. Okay, well, so we'll share what we've learnt.
Let's roll a history for her.
Sure, she's got 25.
Perfect. She points down from... she points up at the volcano and then draws this line, and the line that you guys see is like a thick, like tar-like road almost down from the side of the mountain, leading down into the ocean, and then directly in that line, a island. The ocean counters the fire, right? That is an ancient track of where lava went down and just like solidified into rock. And it just went down and down, and then obviously in the ocean it cools off, and that could have formed that island a long time ago.
Do you think that's where we need to go?
Well, that is water that counters fire, so perhaps it's a place to start.
Look at Leona. It's like, this sounds as good as anything else to me.
Can you roll an Arcana for Romane, please?
No.
Okay. All right.
Only an 8.
And you guys can stay here overnight again and head off in the morning. And you know, at dinner, the room is full of people, you know, gossiping about their various prophecies and stuff.
I think we'll share everything we've learnt with Ruslan as well, in case he's got anything he can. Actually, yes, I think I want to ask him specifically.
Go on.
What did Maria do? I saw the fire vision again, but it wasn't me. It was Maria.
He looks really worried by this. And he goes, well, I suppose it's time we talked about how she died. Or at least how I think she died. So here's what I remember.
I think it might have been time.
And I'm now starting to remember. I never made the connection until we're under the shadow of the mountain now. She used to climb that mountain a lot. It was one of the few freedoms that Nero afforded her.
Why did Nero marry her?
He has a lot of brides. He was gonna collect Joya as well, according to Valentino. He's sort of, breeding his own army of people who will be loyal to him. Children to grow up and be his lieutenants and, well, yes.
All right. So my mother used to climb that mountain.
And I thought it was just, when we had our dalliance, I asked her if she wanted to take me on a climb up there, for like a romantic, secluded. And no, she was really weird about it, actually. She didn't want to take me up to the mountain. I thought at the time it was sort of like maybe it was too private for her, or maybe she didn't want me to see her getting all hot and sweaty from walking up there or something. I didn't understand it. I thought she'd appreciate the gesture, but anyway, she would go up there all the time, and I just thought she was really into mountain climbing, but maybe there was something more to it.
Something she saw there. So how did she die?
When we were arranging to run, she gave you to me, and she told me to get in a boat or a ship that she had saved up money to, and both of us had saved up money to charter. And she told me that if she didn't come back, to set off at a certain hour.
That's right, and she didn't come back.
She never came. All I know is that when I left with you in my arms, she left Nero's house and went up the mountain.
So she went up the mountain, she got the fire, and then she must have gone and confronted him and been consumed.
Maybe. I mean, I have no idea if she even got that far. You'd have to ask. Maybe we can ask former staff of Nero to see if there was a throwdown after I left town with you. I'm not sure.
Well, let's try and get out to that island tomorrow.
Okay. Which island? You pointed out.
Yeah.
Oh, Tellaby.
I heard that name before.
Oh, yeah, at Master Isolin's office.
Academy.
Oh, that'll be because of all the sort of supernatural beliefs everyone has about it.
What supernatural beliefs?
There's a cave on it that is filled with ancient or Romanian statues, and people say that, fairies or whatever live there.
Right.
I don't know how much there is in it. I reckon it's just superstition, but we've seen the tunnels, it was just superstition, but we've also seen krakens being summoned in ancient druidic circles, so
yes.
It could be anything.
Who knows? But it sounds like our best chance. How will we get out there?
We quite easily charter a pleasure boat for it. Ooh, pleasure boat. Yes. Allow me, I will take care of it.
Does it have like cocktails?
Yeah, actually. Obviously, you guys will have to head back into the city to get one from the nice part of the port. But,
well, otherwise there's be small fishing boats everywhere.
Yeah,
but,
true.
That won't be a pleasure boat.
No. Romana wants a pleasure boat. She wants to do the tourist thing.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, pretty good disguise.
Yeah.
Who would expect startup gangsters,
pennies.
the bad pennies, to be on a pleasure boat? people haven't paid a lot of attention to Romane on purpose for her, so
yeah, she has
can
been
get away with it.
deliberately.
Yeah.
Also, can't she just change into the shape of a different human?
True, she can.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. So probably while you were being
She's
the
got
mad
her-
pennies, she probably had like dirty, brassy.
Yeah,
copper hair.
she's got her like favorite form. Like this is
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
want to be. Yeah, I chose this shape, but
Yeah.
the rest of the
Basically looking like Anna Taylor-Joy, but with red hair.
Yeah.
Like the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
Looking like that when she wants to, but yeah, no, she was playing pauper princess in the tunnels. All right. So should we just skip straight to the island?
I think we should.
Alrighty.
I do sort of want to know what this pleasure craft is going to be like.
Yeah. We can talk about. What does she manage to get? Cool. Okay. She gets a lovely like yacht where there are a wait staff to bring cocktails to her and stuff.
I don't know what the Renaissance equivalent is of a deck chair.
Yeah, basically that. Yeah.
Yeah, the sort of like bathing suit with a towel wrapped around her, the sort of thing, and like a big sun hat and sunglasses.
Basically, yeah.
But all Renaissance, so the rough as well.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, she's like shameless enough that she might just like strip off completely and go swimming.
The rest of us.
I think the staff of the pleasure boat wouldn't be that surprised because, like,
actually, nudity is not as much of a taboo as it is.
But also, like, they're used to rich customers being utterly shameless.
Post-Victorian times.
Yeah. So, like, she's going for a swim when, like, the anchor is down and at Talaby, and there's like a small very small settlement on there which more just sort of caters to like there's like a little rich person getaway on the island, and a couple of fishermen coming in and out of it, but not a heck of a lot on the island. And there is a path leading across the island to the rumoured Blue Cave.
That's right, I remember writing about the Blue Cave. But again, this is a long time ago since I wrote all of this stuff. So I was like, Talaby? I don't know that. Did you invent that? Nope, I did.
Looking up the opposite direction, you can see the Laha and lava trail down the mountain pointing directly at this spot.
Yeah, I really don't remember any of the stuff from writing it. Okay. Well, I guess we will make our way. Actually, does it make more sense to go this way, or does it make more sense to just raise the anchor and just sail around the island?
The staff refuse.
Okay, well then we'll set off on foot.
That's the haunted place.
Right, we'll set off on foot.
So after a swim and lunch, you guys set off on foot over your little pleasant Mediterranean island. And it's not actually too far of a walk. Although it is a bit
of a romantic thing of buying the island and putting up her own new villa on it.
It's slightly too close to the blacks. That's the only thing. The black dragons are a little bit too... you don't want to be noticed by them.
No.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, like, beachfront resort.
Yeah. She's tempted.
Yeah.
The going is steep, though. Until it's suddenly steep in the other direction and you're descending down.
Yes.
Can you all roll perception, please?
Well, that's Leona. A success. Yep, Leona's got a 23.
That's actually really good that Leona did it because, okay.
Yeah, it is Leona.
Leona looks back at the volcano.
Yes.
Then down here, as you guys are sort of starting to descend, and she sort of like, just like some magical motions. And then she's like, it's almost like a protective bubble.
Oh.
It's almost like the lava came up to something and then...
Well, Romana got the next highest, so...
And then Romana's looking around and going, yes, it's like almost perfectly spherical, isn't it? The vegetation throws one off the scent, but it's almost like a bubble. Well, let's go and see what's inside this bubble then, shall we?
She should have a +6. that one. So yes, if you now think that she puts her arcana into it, then yes, massively successful. All right, well, we'll keep going
and you find like directly opposite
and
the
actually,
path.
yeah, I think the other thing we wonder is what could be strong enough that it could hold off an erupting volcano like this.
And you find directly opposite the path of the lava, you find the small cave entrance.
So do we just walk in, or do we have to lower ourselves in?
So it's
swimming.
You half walk, half swim. Like there's a low, the tide's out. There's a low sort of river of seawater heading into this cave, so you do get a bit wet, but possibly Romane's helped purchase appropriate clothing for this. Anyway, and so
all of us except Leona are pretty good at our athletics.
Yeah.
So.
You don't have to like swim, but like you are still wading. The water around you boils slightly from your scabbard. And everyone like gets in front of you so that they're not in a trail of boiling water.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Until the cave opens right out and you find yourself in a cave full of, like they say, ancient Oromian statues. Where, and there's like little bits of sunlight poking through, and so the whole, cave has refracted water sparkling on the it's definitely like black lava rock surface up in the cave ceiling. And what do you do? Some sort of investigations, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I guess to start off, we just look around and wonder because it's pretty spectacular.
Rosalind is hanging back because, like, this is the stuff that, like, when he was a kid living in Komiople, everyone would tell stories about, like, oh, there's this, like, beautiful cave, but, like, don't go there because you'll be, like, haunted by ghosts for the rest of your life or whatever.
Well, I guess we want to do... Let's start with just looking around. So, perception. So that's a 17 for perception.
Can't really just hearing the little lapping of the water and the everything's very off with the glinting of the wave refracted lights and
hello. Is anybody there? There.
No response.
Spread out.
It's a very large cave, by the way.
Spread out. Perhaps there's something we need to find. And I guess we're changing to an investigation check.
Yep. Little flitting silver and blue fish are around the place. Travelling in small schools and flitting back and forth. There's coral and seaweed inside the cave as well. But for like Leona, who doesn't really want to get super wet, she can stick to the sides.
We only got a 10 for investigation.
There are statues.
Wow. There's statues, there's
like
water. The
remnants of like sort of wooden piers, but they're like all quite old and battered. There's a few like crates low and like floating in the water and like
okay. Well, this is feeling like a huge waste of time at the moment.
Arcana?
Yeah, I was thinking I would do detect magic.
Yeah, do some detect magic and
arcanas.
Yeah.
Cool. 11.
Damn. Roll for Leona, please. And she can have advantage.
Okay. Oh, 20.
There we go. She notices a square, like, tile.
Where is it?
embedded in the wall opposite where you guys entered.
Well, she will do detect magic.
Abjuration.
A protection tile. She will have a quick look at the cavern and sort of look at the distances and where is it relative to the center of the whole bubble?
You can't see the whole bubble.
Sure.
You are maybe, if she sort of does some triangulation and stuff, so if the whole island is this, and you guys came in here, your little ship is here. The cave is maybe that.
Right, okay.
Probably smaller.
Sure.
And the tile in the wall is about here.
Well, this is one of those, like, we're adventurers, time to do adventure things.
Yep.
So, touch it.
Nothing.
Oh.
Yeah. She touches it.
Yeah, she touches it.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Well.
But you can all come over and have a look.
Yeah, we'll all come over and have a look, and I guess we'll all touch it.
Well, when Romane touches it,
oh boy,
the door opens.
Oh.
Oh. Well, it knows quality.
Do you want some cheese?
Yes, please. And yes, she stands before the open door. Would you like to accompany me into the mysterious depths of the cave?
Yes, I would.
Very well. Why don't we go? And you enter into a bar. But everyone here is very interesting looking. Some people you can't even really see properly.
Oh.
There's a shape that looks like a woman, but when you look, like in the corner of your eye, it looks like a woman, but when you actually look, it's a cloud of butterflies. There's some people who are distinctly blue. There are some people who are distinctly white. There are pink people. There are people who have clouds for hair. There is a
there's a hiccup.
There is someone with startlingly brassy locks, in the same way that Romane has startlingly copper locks. There is someone who not only has the horns like that Smith you met earlier, but has the like bright red skin of wood things that you have seen in woodcut form only, and a rather large codpiece.
I see.
And the barkeep, who looks like some sort of troll, says to Romane, make sure they behave themselves or you'll have to leash and muzzle your pets. What can I get you?
Well, Ambrosia will probably same at that. Hey, pet! and
Silence. Silence, pet. You have found your way into an other world.
Right.
A bar of a place.
A bar of a place.
A bar of another place.
Right.
Somewhere between places.
Yep.
Resonating with even you without your oh no, that's where I got. You don't have great arcana, but you are a sorcerer and and you can feel like whatever magic created the bubble broke part of the vague rules that you vaguely are aware of dictating that the host may not enter this plane. Like, everyone sort of knows the host aren't allowed here except under certain conditions, moonlight, XYZ and stuff.
Yeah. This is a special exception.
Yeah, whatever created the bubble, the magic still resonates here. And so they have chosen this place as like a meeting place.
This feels suspiciously like somewhere where none of us really get a say or anything. There's one person here who's allowed to actually talk.
Yes, the actual supernatural being is she will have to be your go-between.
Yeah. Yes, she will have a look around and assess whether this is a little place where one has table service or whether one must order at the bar.
She will see that some elements are getting table service, whereas others are at the bar. And she will make the decision that she is someone who deserves table service. And indeed, upon her sitting at a table, she is served.
Yes.
And she orders drinks for you all, knowing the sort of things that you like from the time she has spent with you.
Yes. So she will have is there a menu, or does she just say what she wants and then
what's something like really exotic and supernatural sounding? She'll get like a ectoplasm on fire cocktail or something.
I was imagining she'd get a glass of fermented dreams. Served with a twist of regret. And for my pets, a bowl of wine.
A bowl.
Yeah. You know, it's that sort of. Yeah. I'm in fact imagining the Tacoma Beach Cafe.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
And she tells all of you to not look around too much.
No.
She's surveying the crowd. And she says to Leona, well, if we need to find water anywhere, I'm sure this is going to be the place. We just have to see which one of these is the connection we need to make. Perhaps if I inquire more as to how this place was made, perhaps we can, because likely it was created by a water element, I'm sure.
Well, I think when the drinks come back, she might say, "A waiter."
Yeah. I'll let you control her now because this is
A waiter. And my pets are on a quest. They need to find water. The supernatural, of course. I was wondering.
And all of the table, like you are all in like about 30 centimeters of water.
Yes.
Like the tables are all sunken into the sand.
Yes.
And, yeah. And so the waiter is sort of like dryly indicating around, like,
This one, it needs it to counterbalance some supernatural fire magic that he's after. It's a long story. While this one believes that she is a vessel that must be filled.
And at the word vessel, a sort of click goes off. And what is this person? This person is a semi-angelic looking woman, dressed in like a shift made of like snow flurries. Ah, the vessel has arrived. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, yes, it would love to see you. Come. or rather, finish your drinks and then call me over and I'll show you.
Well, I think Romana might just stay here and sip a drink and
Yeah, take my pets.
Take them for a walk.
You three are ushered into
As we really get to see once and for all what she actually thinks of us.
Yeah. So the tavern is here in the middle of the bubble.
Yeah.
Or actually, sort of just off the middle, and then you're led
Did
through.
I write about this tavern too?
No, he didn't.
No.
I made this up completely. And you might excise this because it's a little bit too high magic, possibly.
I kind of like it.
Well, none of these people can possibly live. Like, that's the door from Talia.
Yeah.
There are other doors.
Yes.
Because not all of these people would be there. And also, many people would be ignoring that door, because to them, that door might as well not be a door. It is non-existent.
Just 7 centuries.
Well, no humans are allowed in here. That's why the door only admitted Romane and her pets.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's like, doors from hell, doors from heaven.
Are we in Sigil?
It's really only about the host, but well, actually no, there are elementals here. What am I saying?
Yeah.
But yes, this is a supernatural meeting place.
Suspiciously like how gates work in plain
Right. So you're led through a long and winding like sort of volcanic cave to a large cave here. And what's going on here on this wall, the wall that abuts the tavern, is a reverse waterfall. Water is flowing up and out into the sunshine of the island.
Ooh.
And there is
Fancy.
a giant figure, no gender, it or they, a giant figure that sometimes seems like it could be a human shape, sometimes seems like a long leviathan-like snake, a shifting form in the water, a presence, a sentience is in the water, guiding it up. This is almost certainly the thing that made the bubble and protected possibly its home or whatever was here originally. Whatever ancient or Roman thing was here that you can see the ruins of on this side. And there were still more statues there as well. It is here, enjoying being an upflowing waterfall. A fabulous upflowing waterfall.
Did the gold dragons just build themselves like guest quarters in front of the hotel? Did the gold dragons find the place and just be like, this is nice, let's build a nice like reception area?
Yeah. Could have been. Or it might have just been that this water elemental, this extremely powerful water elemental, for whatever reason, decided that this was their home and went, no, screw you, volcano.
Yeah.
You can't have it. Or I will create something new from your destruction. So, yeah.
Well, having seen which words matter, Leona will say, hello, I am the vessel.
Oof. All right. The water thing being person? Question mark. Comes right up to her, like right up to her face, and seeing like a flicker of panic on it, draws back, like sort of like a cat. And actually forms a cat face, like identical to hers.
Right.
Sticking out of the water, and it's like, you seem uncertain. Yes, you are the vessel, and a fine one you will be. For you see, I have always wanted to be holy water, but no one will ever let me be holy water. But if you accept me, I will bring you great power, but only if you accept me. Do you have any questions?
Yep.
Go on. And you can ask it as any of the characters.
Sure. Power? What sort of power?
Well, you see, I can't travel off of my island without a vessel. And, well, if you need to borrow my power, you need me. And, well, if she accepts and is my vessel, then we can make a deal.
For how long? How long would she be your vessel for?
Well, I would like forever. If she would. How do you feel about that? And Leona thinks about it for a moment.
Hmm.
And then says slightly uncertainly, well, I mean, not to sound sort of suicidal or anything, but didn't Copernicus and Saint Annalisa create me to save you from the fire? So, like, maybe this is sort of my destiny? I don't know, like, if I'll stop being me, though, but...
If this was your destiny, surely rather than sending you off west to grow up with me, they would have sent you here.
But if they just sent me straight here, I wouldn't have the connection with you, and so I maybe wouldn't care about saving you. They sent me to protect you from the fire. If they sent me to simply just be the vessel, just for the sake of being the vessel, then they could have sent me here. But specifically, I was supposed to protect you from the fire.
You said you'd prefer it was forever. What would that do to this place?
Oh, this place will be fine. The whole waterfall thing, that's just for fun. It should be fine.
Well,
it's just that I can't leave here without a vessel. And
what makes her a suitable vessel?
Well, they seem to have crafted her for me. I've always wanted to be holy water. And I think I could never find anyone who would bless me. I mean, she'd never bless me, and the angelic woman rolls her eyes at that. Can't bless a person. Can't make a holy water person, she mutters. But, well, maybe I get my wish because of the saint creating you. And not doing the voice sounds like a whisper, but it also sounds like the rushing of water at the same time, if you imagine.
Yeah. Well,
how much of me will still be
that was the next question I was going to ask.
Oh, I go with the flow. You can still be you. Maybe over time there won't be so much of a distinction.
Well, I think we'll back up in the team huddle.
Yeah.
And say it's her decision, but it said it would prefer forever. That means it might be willing to settle for less. Maybe you should do this, but only for a week. And then you could see how it's going.
Okay.
But it sounds like it will change you.
I don't think that it would consume me. Like if you were to take up the fire, it would consume you. Like it consumed your grandfather and maybe consumed your mother as well. So I think it's less dangerous. Well, I mean, I shouldn't make that assumption because it's still an elemental, but what I'm trying to say is I don't think like the fire, it would completely devour me. And, like, you would take up the fire to save Valentino, right?
Yes.
Well, I'll take up the water to save both of you. So I'm going to do this. And I'll ask if it can be a limited time thing, and we'll just see what happens from there. But I feel like this might be my destiny. And that is what the sibilants said. They said I was the vessel, so... Well...
Okay.
Here goes. And she has a quiet conference with the cat face in the water. Can we just sort of do like a trial? And the water sort of shrugs. Sure. Why not? It's better than nothing. It's been a little bit boring here for all this time. One gets tired of seeing all the same people in the tavern all the time. I have been really dying to get out.
Okay. So...
And then, yes, so how do I, and just open your mouth. And just a torrent of water enters Leona's mouth. And then the waterfall reverses itself. So there's now water coming from the thing.
Going down.
And Leona swallows. And turns around and goes, I feel right. A little more soggy than I'd like, but I feel all right. And then she, like, just for fun, just a whip of her head, and like a tentacle of water shoots up. She's like, oh, cool. Okay. As you come back out into the tavern, there are like lots more different people here, and it seems like the crowd has shifted again. And Romane is at a table entertaining two men who are naked and are made out of marble. And
oh, what are they doing here?
And she bids them farewell for now, where she sees you all coming back. And roll insight.
Okay. Just me?
Ambrosio.
13.
All you see is Romane following them as they walk away, like, that ass.
Oh, Ambrosio.
You miss something else that's happening, though.
Seething mess of hormones.
Well, pets, how has it all gone? And then, like, her sort of magic sight, like, she gets a brief flash and everything goes, you're all vesseled up then? All right.
It's very, like, lack of reaction.
Well, that's a nice power-up. And, yeah, you can go.
Becomes one with a cosmic-powered elemental. That's nice. Yeah. Jeez.
As she looks at Leona, it doesn't seem like she's all that threatened. But, like, who can say whether that's, like... Who can judge Leona's power levels right now?
No.
Yeah. Anyway. Do you have anything more to do in this cave, or...?
I don't think so. I think that was it.
Okay, well, you can head back out and enjoy the... Oh, suddenly Leona is really good at swimming and stuff.
Yeah, no, I figured.
And is like...
And I figure that suddenly there's a current going exactly the way we want it to go when we get back on the boat.
Yeah, so where do you want to go? Actually, Leona tugs at you and is like, I want a forge. I really, really want a forge. Can we have a forge? Can we go to a forge? I know that blacksmith doesn't like us, but we need a forge. I've got an idea.
Well, we might not be able to go back to the forge in Camiopolis easily, but there's tons of little coastal villages. And I'm sure any of them will just have like a little 2-bit forge.
Okay.
And so if like the most glamorous woman in the world suddenly gets off her and is like, we've been needing this place for an hour or two. Be off with you.
Yeah, so
here are some monies, be gone.
Well,
and
that very thing happens. Perhaps you're like on the eastern side of the volcano now and watching it puff smoke into the thing. As Leona taps away.
Yeah.
Very like in a fever haze, taps away at something and refuses to let you or Rosalind or even Romane see what she's doing. Right. Do you want to try and do anything? She says she needs a couple of days.
Couple of days?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should wait for her before we go up the mountain.
Yeah, could do. She has got the water, so that might make sense. Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
You could catch a ferry or the charter boat back to Kamiaotalai if you want to poke around a bit more. Or you could just relax.
I think it's good to lie low for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, well, then in that case, you guys just lie low for a bit.
Yeah.
And
actually, what I would be interested in is maybe we will. I think that's probably something we have to ask Romana if she'd be willing to do. Pop back to town, change your face, and see what's going on.
Oh, okay. She will take Rosalind with her.
Okay.
Or you, either one. She doesn't want to do it alone. Because she believes that everyone should be traveling together just in case something happens. What's happening in town? Valentino has had to crack down to restore the reputation.
Yeah, we made things worse, didn't we?
Yeah, slightly, but he's recovered quickly.
Yeah.
Though the claws are, being even more terrifying than usual. Her, with her greater wisdom, can see through the mask he wears to just how miserable he is at having to do this. But it seems like Manfredo is okay. He's still doing all right. So she and Rosalind leave a word with him that plans are moving along.
Cool.
Yeah. And that you're all safe.
Okay.
That those two want to do in town?
Not really. Okay. Just pop in and just check what's going on.
Okay. Right. A couple of days later, Leona comes out of the forge, sweating a lot.
Yeah.
Sweating perhaps too much for a human.
This is someone who's got a lot of water in the moment suddenly, in a very hot place. And
she asks you very nervously for your mum.
So what's mum been like? Is she still just...
She's still seething.
Yeah.
And you warn Leona, like, are you sure you're going to get burned? She's wearing, like, Smith's gloves now.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, sorry, I completely forgot to say the name of the elemental this whole time.
Oh, right.
Rochelle. She's like, Rochelle will protect me.
Okay.
I might get a little bit burned, but I'm willing to take that chance. Just trust me.
All right. Then, yes, I will pass over.
Actually, and she says to Romani, can I have his grandfather's sword too?
And
she takes them both, and like mum, like automatically, like just steam is erupting off of Leona's arm as she runs back into the forge.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing she's a Kefala and can run twice as fast for one round.
And you hear a lot of banging, dung, 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 a lot of stuff going on. And then, like, maybe an hour later, and like steam just. And then an hour later, she brings you back. It's not your sword. It's your grandfather's sword because the engravings aren't on it. She gives it back to you. And you can feel on touching it. It's got all the normal level of power that you remember Mum's sword having.
Yeah.
except it doesn't have a sentience in it like the mum sword did.
Right.
And then, very nervously, she asks,
Okay.
and you'll follow her into the forge. And there is
Did she?
an ironwork woman standing there with a sword as her spine.
Wow.
And you get... Yes, she saw some living statues.
I figured that out.
Her own.
Charlatan?
Yeah, she's had to deceive her way through life.
That's true, yeah.
And
Patron
she...
question marks.
Yes. Well, yeah, still question marks because you don't know.
Yeah.
And she opens her eyes and like screeches and claws at her face.
Oh.
And then stands up again and goes, I can't cry, but I want to cry. And she reaches for you and enfolds you.
Is this like good? I want to cry?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I thought this was like, what have you done? This is an abomination.
No.
No, okay, then yes, I hug the metal, uncomfortable body of my mother.
You can notice close up to the uncomfortable metal frame all of the like work that you and Leona learned in Zagura. Like this is like the sum of all the things that Leona has learned, perhaps better than you.
Yeah.
Like the face is engraving. The color tinting that you guys learned makes her like hair, and the musical things she just learned form her voice box, and the clockwork she learned in Zagura.
Oh, so she didn't get officially signed off on it, but she learned how to identify the... No, she wasn't even there.
She was as a kitten.
As a kitten?
Yeah.
So she did still pick it up.
She
Or enough to be able to figure it out.
Well, also with the help of the elemental.
Yeah.
Because we can pretty much safely say this now.
Yeah.
The enchantment that it was on your sword and it was on your grandfather's sword, and she's now spread it between the two swords, so she's split out the personality from the powers. So you get to still keep all your powers.
Yeah.
And your mother, the physical sword is still where her soul is residing, but she gets to inhabit and control this body from the spinal column of the sword.
Jeez. Okay.
And her powers are similar to what you had, but there's, as you're going to sort of find over time, there's something different. This is like, she's more herself, and she's not just a conduit for your powers anymore. But she still has a lot of fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though her metal body is like uncomfortable to hug, it's not cold.
No.
There's an internal flame working away there.
Yeah.
So with the help of Rochello's knowledge about elementals, because these enchantments come from something to do with elementalism, it was able to help Leona to split things off.
I think this proves that Leona should actually be the main character here.
Well, this is sort of like her thesis.
Yeah, episode 1, I make a sword. I'm like, oh, I made a sword. And she's like, I make a person.
This is like her doctorate level.
Yeah, but that's mad impressive.
It's going to look really weird when you march a metal woman into town, so perhaps she needs to be disguised. Yeah.
Maybe you get a hat.
Yeah.
No one will recognize you now.
Yeah.
Put on a moustache.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, now
this is amazing.
That she's a little bit more. So there's a few things we have to infer now, but you can talk to your mother about it and get it in character rather than me explaining it out of character. Number 1, why is she not screaming kill, kill, kill anymore? now that she's split off from the enchantment, she's able to calm down.
Right.
So ask questions in character, though, and we'll explain further.
So, how is this possible? Sounds like a good first question.
Well, Leona cuts in here like, well, I saw those living statue men right now. I thought, well, if I combine the clockwork and I can make a voice box and I can make coloured thing, and goes off in a whole bunch of smithing terminology, and combined with Rochello's knowledge of elemental magic, given that it seemed like your sword was possessed in some sort of elemental way, which I think we can infer was linked to the fire, which we assume, well, now maybe we can ask her in person. Is it connected to the mountain, Maria? And Maria looks up robotically at the mountain, and then her face doesn't have a lot of expression, obviously, but yes, yes, I figured out that my father had made some sort of deal with the being inhabiting the mountain, as Vestivius is its name, and I went to talk to him and to ask for his help in destroying Nero. And when it told me its price, I said no. No.
What was its price?
See, I was willing for the price to be me. I was not willing for the price to be you. He was willing to destroy Nero so long as he got to inhabit you. But I didn't want that. Especially after what I inferred happened to my mother, which was on their wedding night. I think that he was already possessed by Vestivius, and so I think I am a child of 3 parents. And
I suppose I share that. And that's where this comes from. That's why I have power over fire.
Yes, and not so much taking after your father, which I'm grateful for. Well, we can cross out the question marks here because her patron is her father, her second father, as Vestivius, who was possessing the body of Cosimo.
And that would also be why when the sword got passed along,
and why the volcano stopped smoking for a decade.
Because Vestivius got out and got into a vessel and went and had a walk around.
Yeah.
And the sword was like the conduit that let this happen. Mm-hmm. And then when the sword got passed away, it got broken and he went back and the body just burnt up in the process.
Yeah. You got it in one.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think Ambrosia is allowed to figure something out.
Yeah. So maybe with the help of the water elemental, you might be able to be a vessel for Vestivius for a time enough to take on Nero, if that's what you want. I don't see any other way around saving Valentino.
And I can't walk away from family.
But as much as as much as all of us hate it, he is your father.
No. He's not my father. I can't even remember the character's name now. Who's my actual father?
Oh, I'm Giorgio.
Yeah, Giorgio was my father. Ruslan is my father.
He was looking a bit like, oh. And then you said it, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, no. Like, it's both of them, you know. They're the ones who raised me, who cared for me, who taught me what I know.
That's dangerous. Even with the help of Rochello, as Vestivius could still win over.
Life's full of danger. Let's remind Nero of that. Badass music as we slowly walk up the mountain. But actually, what I was imagining we might do to get up the mountain, because we're kind of like, this is like the full high fantasy ending. I was kind of imagining we just get in the boat, and then the water would just run up the side of the mountain.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leona would love to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and just a river starts flowing uphill.
Yeah.
Up the
Hey, flowing uphill, that's Rochello's favourite thing to do.
Yeah, it's his favourite party trick.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
A cat.
You ascend the mountain. Rapidly. And find yourselves.
There's like one shepherd who's hung over on the mountain. I'm never touching the moonshine again! So the ship goes wee up the side of a mountain.
And you find yourselves at a crater, above a crater. Below is a sulphurous lake, and then further below that with like a waterfall pouring off the lake, and then just steam, because the water never hits the bottom.
No.
Is just a pool of lava.
Yeah.
And where the smoke is always rising off of. It is probably not safe for Ruslan to go any further.
Yeah.
So he will watch out.
Well, I guess we'll all wrap things around our mouths at this point.
Well, you and you are fine. And Leona has the protection of Rochello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Romana just has amazing dragon lungs.
Yeah,
just let her filter the stuff.
Yeah. But Ruslan should not.
No.
Carry on.
But
she doesn't breathe.
Yeah.
So
even so, I think we still.
Yeah.
With
totally. Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, she doesn't need to either. She's immune.
In fact, actually, your dream's going to come true finally, James.
My dream.
There's no real safe way down.
Yeah.
At least that you can see. So Romana goes dragon form, and the three of you can ride her down.
Woo!
You get your dream come true.
Yay!
She will help you in that much. She will let you finally ride a dragon.
Woohoo! Is it all that?
It is all that.
Yeah.
It's the beating of the wings. So strong. I don't know if anyone's feeling slightly
adrenaline rush either. I'm imagining she sort of like spirals up and it's like, this is amazing, and then she's like, and falls back and just goes woof into a dive.
Oh god.
Ridiculous forces.
I'm feeling like second-hand motion sick from this.
And then just before she hits the ground, spreads the wings.
There is a thin promontory of rock that she can land on. And you can step off a little remaining patch of rock to approach the banks of the lava. And you feel like the smell and the smoke and everything, it should be killing you.
Yeah.
But for some reason...
It must be the cloth I've got tied up.
Yeah, surely.
Actually, I think when I realised that the cloth isn't actually doing
it's not doing, you can take it right off because
just turn it into a natty scarf.
Your grandsire is here, and this is why you have always had this connection.
Well, I think it's time to draw out the sword. My new sword. It's not quite so interesting. It's time to draw out my new sword.
Oh,
it's grown.
The figure.
And whoomph, light it up and shout out, as Vestivius, as Vestivius, as Vestivius, I summon thee.
The figure.
I know how this stuff works.
The figure of something shaped like a man or shaped like something out of a vision from the inferno rises out and laughs.
For a second, I'm like, oh God, what have I done?
imagine the rumbling of rocks and the scorching of and the hissing of fire as I speak, because obviously I can't.
Yeah. We need Riddle Workshop to.
Yeah.
Or just Nicholas Briggs.
Ah, yes. I knew all this would happen. That's why I kept your soul, Maria. Kept it for so long until I was able to send it through the fire to you, my grandchild. So you have come to finally be my vessel as your grandfather before you. Do you accept me?
My foot suddenly has pins in me, so I'm really distracted.
All of this.
Massive pins in me.
Did he even say it?
Say what?
Or did he even say any of that? Or was it all just projected into your head? It's hard to know because you can't see your friends through the smoke. Nothing seems real here, where everything is like orange, glowing, white, hot.
It's really just the two of us now and steam and
you can see like the
fire.
Suggestion of a draconic shape somewhere off behind you, but only very vaguely and only on occasion. It is just you and the fire now. And the sense that Leona is still there.
Yeah.
And if she needs to step into, she could.
I think there's a pause when I feel alone, and then I feel my friends with me, and that's what I need. And
as you feel alone, you feel a connection with Valentino, who must also be feeling so alone.
That's what I need. Man, I really have developed empathy, wisdom.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm now selling my soul to a fire elemental. Woohoo! Well, hey, if I level up at the end of this and put myself into wisdom, I will only have 10 wisdom. So, Grandfather, will you give me the power I need to destroy the dragon, Nero?
And what will you give me?
Freedom.
Just like Cosimo said. Well, I can't blame Cosimo for how it all ended with him. A silly gambling bet. And our connection was sundered. You, I hope, will not be so stupid.
What must I do?
And you feel the sword like draw itself out, and you have to hold with both hands as Vestivius like enters the tip of the sword and just fills it with power, and you can feel it seep. You are becoming possessed with him, and you have the connection with the sword now too. Such that, oh no, don't lose this sword.
Yeah.
Whatever you do.
Well,
do not hand the sword to Romane, even as a joke.
Not.
Yeah, sorry, this LARP sword is pretty ruined. You might want to go back to the dagger.
Yeah,
it's very sticky.
A bit crusty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well.
And then it is done.
I think this is one of those things of like once it's done, you sort of have to do something.
Yeah.
I point the sword up, the volcano erupts.
Whoa! You guys need to get the heck out of there. You guys might be okay with smoke.
Oh, like it's not like a full blown like volcanic eruption, but like people looking from the ground they will see fire.
Rocks and fire are hurled from the ground near you, and Romane freaks out, grabs you in her jaws, and flies up out of them.
Yeah.
But as you fly away, you notice now that the lava is going steadily blacker and blacker.
Yeah, it is very much just like
and the smoke is starting to die
what happened
down.
then.
And eventually that waterfall, which is still turning to steam, that crater will get filled up with water again until if he does, Asvestidius returns.
Yes.
Right.
Well.
So, do you want to make any plans, or do you want to attack straight away, or what do you want to do? Well, actually, Romane immediately wants to land and turn back into a human. She does not want to be seen flying in this form. So, in fact, what she does, she doesn't fly you straight up into the air. She flies to the lip of the crater, scrambles up it, and then like rolls you all off, and is human again, brushing herself.
Well, I just had a sort of power trip moment where like there was a part of me that was like, burn her to make her do what you want, go to the city, bring fire to it, burn the whole thing down.
Oh, you tried to do like a psychic thing to her?
No, and then as she rolls off, suddenly it's like, oh geez, I'm me again.
Right, and like, she glares at you.
Like she...
Do not try that again.
I didn't try anything. I didn't try anything.
I will forgive you this one time because I understand you are feeling your oats. However, do not try it again.
No, that's more like as Stevius is here, and that's as the Stevius are like, yeah, let's roll, let's do this. Yeah, let's just go and burn everything down. Everything down. You've got enemies there, let's burn them all down.
Well, we're not doing that with me in draconic form. Unless we are somewhere where the other dragons won't see me. I am willing to take on Nero in dragon form if I can be guaranteed anonymity. That means that, however, that means that any human agents of his will need to die. Just so long as you understand that.
Of course.
No one who fights against us can see me.
Of course.
Otherwise, you may have me in human form. And Leona's a little bit like, whoa. Not of course. And what if some of his servants, if we attack him at his house, his servants might see, and what, you're just going to massacre servants who see a copper dragon? That's not fair. That's not right. I don't think we can use you in dragon form if that happens, Romane. Our only choices are we get him somewhere secluded, out in the hills, or if you are going to take part in this final battle with him, then you do it as your human form.
Either we lure him out, or we go to him.
And we have to be careful not to alert the other dragons, because if they see one of theirs being attacked, they're going to attack too. I mean, remember what happened in...
Yes, quite.
Romane looks interested, but...
Oh, no.
She knows of the tragedy of Zagura.
Yeah, she knows that a whole bunch of other dragons went and destroyed Zagura.
Actually, she looks somewhat surprised that you guys know that the reason why Zagura was destroyed... Well, actually, the popular reason is, there was an attack on the dragon, but he survived.
Yeah.
But, of course, all the dragons will know that. No, he did not.
No.
So I think there's a little bit of a look from her of like, do they know more than they should know? But she lets it go. She lets it go.
I don't know which dragons joined in on that attack.
True.
I'm willing to bet at least some good dragons took part.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Coppers and brass might be helping organize Zagura. But it's too risky to compare notes with a dragon. No. In case you sell out the entire cause.
Yep, that would be bad.
Notes shall not be shared.
Okay.
All right, what's the plan?
Well, okay, either we draw him out or we go to him.
Okay, how could you draw him out?
If we go to him, then the risk is too great.
Yeah, if you're in the city, the other dragons could learn of it.
The other dragons
immediately.
Yeah, the other dragons could learn of it.
And they would probably crush his cause because he'd owe them forever.
Yeah.
But the risk to you is just too much.
Yeah. Or the civilian casualties.
Yeah,
the incidental casualties are just too
Two
great.
dragons or more fighting in the city.
2 dragons and 2 elementals having a giant throwdown in the middle of a city is just a recipe for disaster.
Wow, and at this point Leona cuts in.
Yeah.
Actually,
unless we got him down into the undercity.
That could work. Actually, Richello won't fight unless it's absolutely necessary. So they intend to wait until, if they can, they intend to wait until after Nero is dead and save all their power for fighting Vestivius. She whispers this as Vestivius. She whispers this as if he can't hear inside you. Yeah. So we can't count on Richello unless things get really, really bad. Because Richello will, of course, try to save me.
Wow.
So it will be dragon versus fire and elemental versus possibly other dragon.
Yeah. No, we need to lure him out.
There are a few ancient sewers that he could come to. I mean, you could organise a parley in the Seashell Inn and utterly destroy it.
No. The trick is going to be that's easy enough.
What?
We know he's arrogant. We know he destroys him. He tries to. So we drop word to Valentino.
Yeah.
Leave his service.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Just leave a letter.
Okay.
Saying if you want me, come get me.
Okay.
Because otherwise I could go into town and just smash up some stuff and then be you come get me.
There's another element that you're forgetting that Romane will say.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always dangle yourself as bait. Perhaps he'd like to talk to his son?
Oh, yeah. No, that's the big one, isn't it? That's the big one. Yeah, that's the one to go to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you could make it even worse by having Valentino be part of it. And hey,
actually,
you probably want to get Valentino.
Yeah, so we're getting Valentino. So the plan is we're going to coordinate through Manfredo. We are going to get try and meet up with Valentino because I don't think Valentino's going to agree to this plan unless he can see things with his own eyes. So we'll take him somewhere in the Undercity. Meet up. Could take a while to arrange this meetup. We will tell him the plan is that he delivers a message from me to my father.
Yeah. But then how will Valentino get to you guys?
So he is going to go back, drop the note, and just walk out the front door.
Cool.
Yeah. And so, they'll be like, where's he gone? What's this letter on his beard? Oh, give it to Nero, and the note will say, I'm taking my friend back.
Okay.
I'm taking my friend back. If you want to talk about it, I'm going to be on the mountain of fire.
Oh, very nice. Very nice, sir. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know, is that isolated enough? But
if you're down in the crater, yes. On the edges of the crater lake, you don't have to go all the way down to the lava pit.
Yeah.
Which actually will be filling up with water by then, really. So you don't want to do that. So yes, you could fight on the edge of the sulphurous lake in the crater.
Just sort of thinking, where are places where no one will see dragons flying around?
Right.
Then again, at that sort of a distance, people might just go, "Oh, it's some dragons." They might not know exactly what's going down. It's unlikely to be able to say. Even if they saw, they wouldn't be able to say, "Oh, that's this sort of a dragon. That's that
Nero,
sort of a dragon."
or yeah.
It's dragons.
Yeah.
Otherwise, an island out to sea.
Although many of the islands can be very visible from
and inhabited.
Yeah, and are inhabited. So, like, if 2 dragons are doing dog fighting, they'll be spotted.
Yeah.
I think you do have a greater chance of fighting over the Crater Lake not being spotted.
Yeah, that's what we'll do it then.
Yeah. And hey, you could always activate some Vestivius powers to get a whole bucket of steam rising that protect things from you.
Yeah, I think it's once he arrives, we'll do some steam to.
Yeah. Like if you ask Vestivius to or command or commune with him, get where he was.
Yeah.
Get that all heated up again. Then the water that's come down will. I mean, it's still steaming now, and he can just heat it up a little bit and be a giant kettle for you.
Yeah, I think that's the plan then. Yeah. So that we've got some cover when we actually throw down.
Oh.
Yeah. And actually, meet me at my grandfather's house. He'll know what that means. On the Lord's Day, you'll know where. Yeah, you'll be able to see where. And that's it, and then we just camp out and wait.
All right.
And so we pick the place, and we'll just sort of do a like, and then we'll stop, and then.
Yeah.
So that we'll be able to see him coming.
Okay. Ambrosio and Rosalind are sticking to the sort of lip of the crater.
Yeah.
The rest of you can be.
Oh, I've got Valentino back now.
Yes, you do. He arrives huffing and puffing. Oh, I don't know. Maybe Leona was waiting for him down at the foot of the mountain to ferry him up.
Looking slightly stressed by the whole plan.
Yeah. Maybe a few premature greys in his hair, but he looks super relieved.
If it's kind of an irony colour, he'll fit right in with his family. Yeah.
He looks relieved, but also a little bit like, oh boy.
Yeah.
We are in for it.
Here we are again.
Yeah.
But yeah, we meet him in the Undercity so that we could be like, you know what I could do? This is what I can do now. Big fireworks show.
And Leona does her water bending tricks and
yeah.
And also
Maria. Yeah, also Maria is a metal lady. And also this
she can shoot fire from her hands too.
This gorgeous lady is like, no, I'm not doing parlor tricks here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Roll perception for Rosalind and Valentino on the crater lip.
Well, that's not good. That's better.
Okay, cool. Rosalind
19
spots men marching up the mountainside. And when he points that out to Valentino, goes, oh yeah, here come the claws. And they shift to a better position where they won't get ambushed by or absolutely surrounded.
Can we also see a dragon flying in, or
no?
So he's coming with his boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you keep on waiting, or do you do the first strike?
I think it's first strike time.
All right. How long do you wait?
Until they're all in position.
Mm-hmm.
And then, hey, we made the magma flow before.
Oh, damn. Oh, how are you going to do
Oh,
that from where you are?
No,
though?
I can't really, can I?
So it would be down towards the city. Like they're walking up from the city.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Actually, yeah, they would have gone all the way around Sable's lands to get here, but then they would be heading up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's another easy solution too. But
Yeah. What?
Dragon just flies down, just wipes them all out.
Oof. Currently where they are, she would be spotted. She is not going to do that.
Would I be able to make some poisonous gas plumes come up out of the mountain again?
Sure. You just need to reposition Rosalind and Valentino so that they're not.
Sort of imagine like where they are. Can I get a few like around them?
Sure.
Just to get the
your poisonous plumes travel down the mountain like a sort of dry ice mist.
Yeah.
And you can't hear the coughing, but like Rosalind can report seeing a few people are doubling over. There's some vomiting. There's but Nero is doing a forced march on them.
Cool. Okay, well, I guess we'll cut it out then, that point then.
Okay.
The point is to give them some serious second thoughts about what they're doing.
Totally.
Yeah. But I don't want to just like straight up murder
totally,
every single one of them.
Yeah. Oh, look, depending on what happens, a bunch of them might be running for their lives.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking.
But you also have to think about Romane.
Yeah.
Anyone who sees her in Copper Dragon form, she believes has to die.
Yeah.
So if you're going to let anyone get away, she's not turning into a dragon.
We need her as a dragon.
Yeah. So intimidating them before she turns into a dragon could be a good idea.
That's kind of the...
Yeah. Well, you've started a little bit of intimidation now, which is good. So
yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, yeah, we've done the... So if we can sort of get them to at least hang back a bit, then we can go and then just block off the whole area from sight.
And in fact, yeah. Leona starts. She's sweating up.
Oh. So
and
it's like warming up.
High above. Like, if you wave your hand over her, it feels really hot above her head. And then eventually, after a while, you look up. Is that a rain cloud forming in the sky directly above her?
Jeez.
And then
Good
it starts to descend, and she's cloaking the top of the mountain in cloud so that you have a bit more cover. So yes, Rochelle is trying to help with some water vapor.
Okay. But just a little bit of help, because Rochelle's job comes later.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they will do that much for you guys now, but they are saving their strength for
the big one.
As Vesuvius if needed.
Yeah.
Well, almost certainly. All right. And then, is there anything else you want to do before Nero arrives?
No.
Okay. Nero reaches the crest of...
But yeah, I will wait for when he does reach the crest.
And then what will you do?
Then I will go again with the smoke.
Okay.
And just blot out the area. I'm pretty sure Dragon Eyes can see through that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it'll be easy enough to see like a giant dragon if he decides to take that form.
Sure.
But it's going to confuse and disorient his men considerably.
From where you are now, you can hear the yells and the cries of the men, and you can hear some chundering.
And now I'm going to shout out.
And you can hear Nero ordering them to keep going.
Father, why do you need so many to hide behind?
And he arrives.
They've got no place here. Let them go.
He arrives.
This is between us.
He arrives from out of the mists. What proof have I that you are my son?
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Your hair is completely the wrong color. All of my children have been born with hair of black. If you look over to Maria, she goes, yeah, actually. I assume that what happened to you was Capernaum's work.
But I have a stronger lineage than your rank seed father. Jeez.
Ooh,
The fire.
That.
You know the fire that burns within my veins.
Ah, yes. This boast that your mother always had. That she was descended from the mountain. Such a laughable human fancy.
I think that's like a... Not such a fancy as all that, father. Fireball.
Hot damn.
Okay, so at this point, how do you want to actually handle my powers versus, like, when it's just like some people are walking up the mountain and so on, we were doing it pretty just like
narratively.
But like now, how do you want to handle it compared to what I can actually do?
Ooh. This is where I get into my weak zone with rules.
Yeah. Rules is tricky.
Yeah. What do you think should happen?
Well,
that you should have some higher level spell slots. Or...
let me give you some options.
Yep, go on.
Okay, we got the easy option. We got the complicated option. Actually, I think I can give you like 3 options that I think are pretty nice. Okay, the first option is that Ambrogio has the same powers that he does at the moment. He has the same level that he is at the moment. He just can like do some new things with them. So we can just say it's burning hands, but at range.
Yeah.
Right, and that's an easy option, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just like
it's sort of like sorcery points. In fact, it's like I can
it's
do
just like I can do some more like narrative effects on things. So I'm still fundamentally the same. That means I am fundamentally still a 4th level character, and encounter balance will be fair. Ish. You've got a black.
Will it though? Yeah, I've got a black dragon.
Yeah.
No, I think because I've got a black dragon, I think you should have more power than that.
Yeah. Option number 2 is Ambrogio is still Ambrogio and still has all of Ambrogio's powers, but he's got some sort of ridiculously souped up fire elemental, and I'm using its powers to bump up my stats. So you find the stat block for a ridiculously pumped up fire elemental.
Yeah.
Something that is playing on the same sort of power level as a black dragon.
Okay, let me tell you right now what you've got.
That.
Let me tell you right now what you've got.
Option 3 would just like give me extra spell slots and level me up, and it's really complicated. It takes ages.
You do not want to do this.
Yeah.
Near your friends. But when you do this, your AC will go up to 18 if it isn't already. Yeah, your AC will go up to 18 when you do this. Fire form.
Oh, I can just...
You can fire form. And anything within 5 feet of you will take 1d10 fire damage.
Sweet. Well, I am currently on my own.
Yeah.
So I think this is the right moment to do that, where I will oomph up.
Yep.
As I throw a probably just cosmetic blast of fire then. I feel just going for narrativium.
And your basic melee attack, what is your current basic melee attack at the moment?
+6, 1d8 plus 4 damage.
4. Okay. It will go up to +8, and you will do 2d8 plus 8.
Hot damn.
Oh, and what are your hit points right now?
27.
Double that. when you're in fire form.
Yeah. Well, I think I do that now.
Yeah, good idea.
And yeah, like I said, I think I just throw some fire around, but it's we're calling.
Do you want to do that? Okay, here's a few things that could happen because like what your team also wants to think about is showmanship, right? So there's the revelation of who you are and your powers. There are further revelations that could throw Nero off his game, like Maria, like Romane, like if it needs to happen, Leona.
Yeah.
So like, do you want to sort of take some like narrative breaks in the fight and
That's
have
what I was
like
thinking.
talky talks?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, when it seems narratively appropriate, we can do that.
But this right now is pushing him to like, we're gonna have a fight. I am your son. I am calling you out.
So you light on fire. I'm just going to check what the men think about this.
And yeah, they are hearing all of this because I'm using prestidigitation to amplify my voice.
Yeah.
And they've got the confusing smoke and the heat and they've been coughing up the mountain and they might not be able to see what's going on, but they might be able to see suddenly this huge like warmth of fire through the fog and they might well be like, why don't we just back off a little bit?
You notice a small amount of men try and run away while he's distracted. The rest are like crapping their pants at seeing you double in size as like you get an aura of fire. No, like you don't actually double in size, but you've got a huge raging fire on you that but they still fear Nero more. But about 5 of them have run away.
Out of
roughly like 25, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a start. I'm imagining everybody else, by the way, has basically found a place to hide themselves, and the plan is once the fight starts to just sort of like jump out and
people out. Yeah. Cool. All right. Yes, because I suppose Maria doesn't want to be seen by that many people either. So. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, I think we've probably finished.
Yeah, let's go.
So I think that was.
I think that everyone else will still want to take pot shots though, to try and thin down the numbers a bit.
Wow, that was narratively appropriate. So I'm first on a 20.
Okay. We've got a 19. Oh yeah. Okay, you are first.
Who's got a 19?
Nero. It's on 19.
I also have a 19 on Romane.
Nice. Actually, yeah. Who's?
I've got a +1.
Oh, in human form, yes.
Yeah.
So, actually, she is slower than him in human form.
Okay.
Then my Greebly men have 1, but I don't know what the plus is to that from memory.
Oh, it won't be enough to be. I've got a 6 as my lowest.
No, just 2. It's a 2. So yeah. Okay, so the men are going last.
Yeah. So it's Ambrogio, Nero, everyone else.
Okay.
What sort of movement options do I have here? Do I have to start with the ranged attacks, or can I close?
You can close with him from here.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I guess I'll just propel myself forward on jets of fire.
Yeah.
And we will go for sorcery point, green fire blade ×2.
Sweet.
Bam, bam.
Cool. All right.
Even +8 to hit might not be much against a dragon. Oh, jeez.
What do we get?
10 and 15.
Oh,
Nope.
As you come up, he transforms and your blades.
Yeah.
The scales.
Tink, tink. And I have this. How big is he?
Huge.
You said I've grown larger. Am I like large?
You're like
now?
large, yeah.
So he's the next size up.
Yeah.
Oh boy. And then Bridget's son has this moment of, oh dear God, what have I gotten myself into?
Oh, but you know what happens?
What? He starts his turn next to me.
This is kind of sorta your lair. Kind of.
It is kind of sort of my lair.
Kind of sorta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not his lair. Which
It is
actually
not
that was
his
another
lair.
good point, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he will shoot an acid breath at you. Oh, you must make your dex check.
Yeah.
Roll
Dex
it.
save. I got a 14, which is a bit fair.
Oof. Yeah. You are going to take. Can I have a few d8s, please?
D8.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, Rick.
You give me as many d8s as you can, and I'll tell you if it's enough.
I can't give you many D8s.
Okay. Show me how many you can give me.
I've got 5 so far.
I've got one over here.
6.
All right, 68's coming up against you. Oh boy. 32 damage.
Now have that.
Yes.
So that's minus 16.
Yup.
So that's absorb elements, and I will just grab some of that acid and suck it back into my sword.
Okay, can
and
anyone...
that would have all been focused on me. Not
anyone in hiding.
Anyone in hiding.
Which, can you now... Can any of them do...
Did he just start his turn adjacent to me?
Yes.
Takes 5 fire damage.
Oh, yeah. You're just going to go with the 5 rather than doing the 1d10?
Is it 1d10 brackets 5?
Or 5, yeah.
Oh, right. Yes, d10. 1.
And sometimes them's are the breaks.
That's how it goes. So that sucked, but not nearly as badly as it should have.
Yeah. Okay.
I could have actually survived that in human form. But not much more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Can people take pot shots at either him or the bandits?
Yeah.
Before the bandits' turn? Okay.
Well, okay, so now it is Rosalind's turn.
Okay.
Oh, like, Rosalind's not going to go after the little guys.
No, that's true, he's not.
Rosalind draws his great sword and uses it as a climbing crampon as he screams in rage and jumps.
Oh!
He's going for a reckless strike.
Oh boy, is he raged?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
You better believe it.
Oh boy.
Oh god. And he jumps and his sword hits the back and just goes down as gravity does its horrible thing. He bounces off.
Alright, who's next?
That was awkward.
Oh, you get a legendary action.
I get a what?
You get a legendary action because you're in your lair. Well,
okay.
As Vestivius is.
Yeah.
So,
well, I will
like
whack him again with my sword if that's enough.
Sweet.
What are my legendary actions?
I'm going to be airy-fairy about it.
Normally
Volcano
it's like
powers.
Move or have an extra attack or do a spell effect.
Yeah. So I'd say if you can come up with a reasonably suitable spell effect, you can do that. Otherwise, you can just do another attack.
Actually, yeah. Spell effect, taking 2 legendary actions out of my 3. Stinking Cloud on the area.
Shoot. Okay.
On, like, the area where all the bandits are to just kind of make them sickened.
Has that got a DC? Or...
Yeah, it'll be a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
And yeah, the idea is just to sicken them.
Yeah.
Just
You've sickened them in.
Freak them out.
You've sickened them. That is a big strike against their morale again.
I think they're poison, so disadvantage to attacks and stuff.
Okay.
Save to end at the end of the turn, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay. So now it's Valentino's turn. And he will come out from where he was and he hates the dragon the most. Let's just take on that dragon.
Sweet.
Yeah. Gets out. I think he's just going to go for his light crossbow. Like, he hates that dragon, but he doesn't need to get up close and person like Rosalind does.
Yeah.
So he'll just look back Does he get disadvantage because there's so much smoke going around?
No. He's on your side.
Sure. Okay, that's a 14, so it doesn't matter anyway.
No.
Wow.
No.
It's Maria.
She want to chuck an Eldritch Blast out?
Yeah, I think she'll do a Eldritch Blast.
Don't forget she gets extra fire damage as well with all of her attacks.
15.
No.
Wow. And I skipped Romani.
Well. Do her now if you want.
Well, yeah, okay.
She's got a bunch of spells on the back as well.
Yeah, I think she's going to have to rely on those.
Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
Let's do it.
So he has to make a dexterity saving throw, which he will pass.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah. So it's 8d6, but
then halved.
So I'll just roll 4d6. That is a 1.
Yeah.
So that is 12.
12. Cool. All right.
Actually, I think now is the point where we can just go 2 remaining.
Yeah. Okay.
4 remaining.
Now, we haven't statted Leona up with any water powers, but...
Well, she's not using those.
She's not going full elemental like you are.
No.
But she can... she could use, like, water spells. If she wanted to, yeah.
No, she'll try and just stick with her own stuff for now. You know what? She'll do Firebolt, but it's Water Bolt, but it's the exact same spell.
Sure. Cool.
That's a nice sort of...
Well, amplify the damage, because she's got Rochello in her.
Sure. And she'll do +2 armor class on me.
Sweet! Ooh, 20 AC. Nicely done.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. That's -1 of these. And she will go for a... Oh! So what do you mean when you say amplify the damage?
What do you think's a fair amplification to give her? Another dice or a double of something? What do you reckon?
It could just be the great weapon thing. If I roll a 1 or a 2, I re-roll it.
Sure. Let's do that. Well,
that's pretty fair. It's a 17.
Cool. All right. Big splash to the face for Nero. Is the bandits now?
Right.
All righty. Let's see. Oh boy. Sick, stumbling, blinded, vomiting. They all turn tail.
Yeah.
But they're still in the crater.
Yeah.
At the lip of it. So, like, you need to wait for them to be able to get out. Yeah.
Transform yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been pretty...
It might be safe for Maria to come out because she's very far away from them.
Yeah, and she's small as opposed to I'm a giant.
Yeah, it's pretty unmistakable if Romani comes out, whereas Maria might be able to get away with revealing herself to Nero now. Okay.
It's Ambrogio
whoop, whoop.
/ I've lost where I wrote his name already.
Oh, as Vestivius.
Yeah, as Vestivius. As Vestivius.
Which is linguistically related to Vesuvius, if you haven't pegged that yet.
I was wondering if that was the case.
A possible meaning of Vesuvius is unquenchable violence, and so I just looked up the Greek for unquenchable violence, and it's as Vestivia.
I never liked my actual mountain. I think I'm changing it.
Right. Well, I called it as Vestivius.
I like that
sounds
name.
Feminine. So.
I like that name way more.
As Vestivius.
Yeah, or like Mount Avestivio.
Yeah.
I like it. I really like it. Okay, so Ambrogio will go for another double attack.
And yeah, it means unquenchable violence.
17.
17 and 17, no.
Wow.
Oh, poor Ambrogio. Yeah. Hey, you never used your other legendary action.
Oh,
you had one action.
Yeah. So we'll just do that one as another.
Oh.
Well, that's what happened to that legendary action. So yes, smack, and nothing happens.
It's Nero.
Oh boy.
He will.
Oh, and I have lost the bonus from absorbing damage.
Yeah.
Because I didn't hit.
He will now do frightful presence and then make some attacks. So
does everyone
make his DC?
Does Romane have to?
No, she is immune. Even in human form, she's immune. Make a DC 16 wisdom.
Oh boy.
Actually, you won't be affected, Ambrosio.
Okay.
You are filled with the power of Asvestivius.
I am the mountain.
Down. But all of your human friends and Maria need to do it.
Rosalind, don't care.
Yeah,
Rosalind! Valentino.
What
I'll do is I'll turn him upside down.
Sure.
And he just repeats the save on his turn.
Yeah.
Maria
still has to do it.
Yep, she fails.
Damn. She's not revealing herself.
And Leona?
Yeah, she has to do it.
Succeeds.
Hey, she's not in her lair, so she's not super powerful, but she's still filled enough with the power.
I feel like this is the right mix of people to succeed.
At Roslyn, he will make an attack. What is his AC? Wow, it's a miss.
Wow.
He will make another attack at Roslyn. He does hit Roslyn this time. Can I have 2d6, please?
You may have 2d6.
And then he's gonna bite at you.
Cool.
Oh, Roslyn takes 17 damage. Ouch.
Cool, that's halved.
Nice.
Well, is any of that acid damage? No, it's all claws. It's all claws. So it's 17, so it's halved to 8.
Yeah, and then you will take a claw attack. That's a hit.
What was the number that you rolled before you tell me whether it hits or not?
13. Oh, sorry. And then I add the thing on 24. Can you add?
Misses.
How did you?
Shield.
Shield. Okay.
Shield.
Damn, nice. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect.
I mean, this is how this is meant to go, right?
Yeah.
We break out all the spell slots.
Absolutely.
Do you know, Robert?
Absolutely.
Yes,
this is good.
Yeah.
Okay. It is now.
Yeah.
And
I guess as I'm smacking my thing off his scales, can you see me now? I'm sorry, this has gone really funny.
You are now legendary.
Also, he takes 1d10 damage from something.
Yes, he does. Roll it.
1.
You should just go back to taking the 5. All right. You can do a legendary now.
Yes. I will. You know what? This is going to hurt people, but
you can do some environmental stuff.
Yeah, it's another environmental one. Gust of very hot wind.
Huh.
I'm adding the words very hot to make it a fire effect.
Yeah.
And I am going to blow the wind out from the top of the crater to try and knock over the people and get them away first.
Oh. Okay. We're going to get interrupted by a baby.
We're going to get interrupted by a baby.
Let's try and hurry this along if we can.
Cool. Okay. So that's them. It's just try and get them away further.
Okay, cool.
Hopefully by the end of the turn.
You just roll for the effectiveness of that, but I'm not going to ask the damage or anything. Okay.
6 plus 6. Okay. With the bonus, so 14.
So all right. You're hurrying them along, but a few of them will stumble because of the wind.
Oh, sure. Some of them will probably trip and fall and take damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Onto the people.
She is going to shoot another lightning bolt.
Sweet.
Yep. So he makes a saving throw.
Oh, yes, he does.
Yes, he makes a saving throw, and then.
Oh, is that a fail? Is that a fail?
He'll have legendary resistance. So.
Yeah, he does actually. Yeah, so he uses up one of his.
But that is one used.
Legendary.
And that's another 15 damage.
Nice.
She nails him again.
Cool.
And then I think she's just going to sort of shift around where she is, just so that it's not drawing too much attention.
Oh, yeah, he forgot to do his recharge. Oh, when he does, he recharges. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ruslan will do the same mad attack.
Yep.
So even though he's slid down, as the claw grabs at him, he'll stab at it wildly.
Yeah.
So let's see, what's that going to do? That's a critical.
Way!
Ruslan is going to do a divine smite. So this is going to hurt. Can I have some D8s back, please?
Yeah, how many?
4.
Whoa!
And then I add 5 to this. So 5 basic. Yeah. 15, 20. 32 damage.
32, nice. Okay.
So that was quite good.
All right, so now you need to roll people's resistance to the frightening.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
Valentino is quaking.
Yeah, he spent a bit of time in his service. So.
Maria is quaking.
Oh. Jeez, lady, now's your chance to get your revenge.
Yeah. Leona will do a healing spell on me.
Sweet.
She'll do healing word on me.
Cool.
And she will do another water bolt.
Cool.
So water bolt.
Hey.
Nice. So that's just 1d10, but with the maximized, so 6 damage.
Nice.
And she will heal me for 2d4 plus 2 damage, which is not much. Oh, jeez, 7 damage.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright.
Now, I think I missed one more legendary action in that. So I will have Ambrogio do his last legendary action. And hit. For once.
Very nice. Very, very, very nice. How much?
2d8 plus 8. So that is 16 more damage.
Nice. Oh, you guys.
Is he bloodied?
He's bloodied.
Wow.
Alright. Back to the top then.
Back to the top, and it's Ambrogio.
Yeah.
Well.
You know what? Yeah. At the top here, I think I want a plot thing to happen.
Yeah.
So let's just do the Maria reveal now.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happens?
Well, how's he going to react? So he's just been bloodied. What's he say? What's he do?
Oh yeah. So he huffs and puffs and
blows my house down.
Yeah. And then straightens up. Goes. Perhaps you have made a deal with the volcano. But even if you defeat me, you won't live long to see what happens afterwards. Just like your mother. Min.
Just like me, dear. She says, steps out with a sword out. Surprised to see me? But even death cannot stop a mother's love.
Oh, no.
Nor a spurned wife's hatred.
Yes! Wow.
Except she's actually still quaking. So
yeah.
she says that and then goes
No, she can rally when it's her turn again.
Okay.
The mother's love and all that.
Good lines of dialogue can't be... Okay, so I will do the same thing again. This is my third one. Oh,
that'll
here we go.
Hit, won't it?
20 out of 24.
Both hit. Yes, they both hit.
Plus 16. So that is 60, 22, 28, 30, 33 damage from 2 solid fire hits.
Hot damn.
Very hot damn.
In a panic, I think he's going to angle his neck to catch you and Maria in an acid spray. So that will be a DC 18 from you both, please.
Okay. I pass.
Nice. Can I have those d8s again, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. And he doesn't roll.
Maria doesn't.
Okay. 27 damage, please.
27?
Yeah.
Oh, she's still up.
She is. As her parts
Start melting off her.
disintegrate a bit, yeah.
27 damage, I will halve that.
Yeah.
To 13 damage. So that is now minus 22.
Okay.
And then I will try to hit him again with my legendary action. Will a 19 hit him?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. So that is 3d8 plus 8 this time, because the extra fire damage pays off. I mean, the acid energy that I absorbed. Well, that's not so much, but still, that's 6 plus 8 is 14.
Okay. Every little bit counts.
It really does.
Cool.
Romane. So, is she now able to turn into a dragon, or is she?
Yeah, they gone.
Yeah. Actually, no, it's not the narrative time to do so.
I think next turn is.
It's not time. With one reveal a turn.
Yeah.
Her sense of drama is tinkling.
Yeah.
Instead, she'll do another lightning bolt. Last lightning bolt.
Cool. Yeah, get that out of the way before the water elemental comes on the scene, right?
Yeah. And he saves with disadvantage. Oh, no, it doesn't matter because he... Oh, it does. Yeah, so he can save with disadvantage.
Okay.
Except he can just spend a legendary to...
He spends his legendary, but hey, that's another legendary down.
Yeah. So that is only another 15 damage.
Okay.
And then Ambrosia will hit him again.
Yes.
For another... This is really feeling very mean at this point. 21 more damage.
Oh boy. Okay, next.
Next, it's his turn actually.
Is it?
Yeah, he should have gone in there.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
Whoops. Wait, no, he breathed acid.
He breathed acid.
And then I hit him again. So it's Rizlan. So Rizlan is going to go for another. Yep, that's a hit. He will smite again. So that's all his spells gone. But it's just all about piling on as much damage as fast as you can. Plus 5 is 10, 15, 21.
21. Okay.
And then that will be my last reaction to crit him.
Whoa!
This really feels very mean at this point. Uh, 11, 15, 23.
Hot damn.
How much damage has he taken so far?
He's nearly dead.
Well, Valentino fails to saving throw again. It's very scary.
Wow, is it going to be death by ex-wife?
Yeah. So, extra fire damage if they hit. Yep, she'll drop a hex on him, and then Eldritch Blast.
Okay, what does the hex do? Is that just
plus 1d6 damage to hit hits.
Okay.
Nope. Oh.
Death by ex-wife would have been hilarious.
It would have been the best way to go. And then Leona, I guess, is going to be the one who actually finishes it off.
Actually, don't.
Don't.
Leona has another plan.
Okay.
She is going to take her turn building something up because she can see that he's nearly dead.
Yeah.
She will... Something starts happening to the lake.
Right.
Okay, cool. I'll start adding up.
Okay, back to the top, and I
right?
guess Ambrogio is going to finish this off.
And if not Ambrogio, then Romane can reveal. All right, but it's probably going to be
bitches.
It's probably going to be.
It's probably going to be Ambrogio. You know what? Let's cannibalize a spell slot here. Yeah, so we'll cannibalize. Let's see. So I've got. I need what? 2 spell slots to do 2 sorcery points. I've used 3 so far, so I've used all my natural ones. So I need 3. So if I cannibalize 2 of those, then I've got enough to do this. Cool. Saving throws, please. Two saving throws from him.
2 saving throws. Okay. What are they? What stat?
They are dexterity.
Dexterity. What is the DC?
It'll be 16.
1 pass, 1 fail.
Cool. Okay. Does he want to use his last legendary?
Yes, he will. So 2 passes. 2 passes, I mean.
Cool. So I'm just going to throw out a huge burning hands on him.
It kills him.
This is halved.
Oh, yeah, no, it still kills him.
Yeah. Well, that was...
Ooh, cries the dragon as he crumbles to the ground.
Well, that happened.
Roll your perception, Ambrogio. Oh, shit.
Yes.
And then, just before Leona's humongous tidal wave can hit you,
yeah,
Vestivius goes and raises a huge wall of lava to stop it from hitting him.
Uh-oh. I wanted to fail that roll, didn't I?
You did want to fail that roll.
Yeah, I sort of had a feeling.
As Vestivius is now taking control of you.
Yeah.
As your friends will now do their best.
Boss.
Yeah, as your friends will now do their best to stop him from taking you forever.
Cool. Yeah, I've lost control.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used way too much power. Yeah. Mane's turn.
We might need to... I'm just going to look out the window. We might actually need to pick this up next time, and it'll be a tiny next time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
Oh, is she? Hang on, that was your car. Oh, no, she's not here yet. I heard a car. No, she isn't here. Let's try and do this super quickly. It is Romane.
Yeah.
She goes dragon form. Actually, you can be fighting on the side of saving Ambrogio, so you can still control these people. But I think what she should do is try and dragon form up and try and grab you in her jaws and try and fly you out of the crater. Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Grapple. Okay, how do we grapple with it?
I know. So she makes a strength check opposed by my strength or dexterity.
Okay, let's do that.
Is it?
Oh, she's dragon now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually here, you can have you.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
And I can have Romane. She rolls her strength. Oh wow, her strength is good. Oh 20. No. Oh wait, you just your strength.
Yeah.
Oh good, because she.
Oh, the dexterity is huge.
The dexterity is huge, but maybe in this moment of anger, he tries to fight with strength rather than dex, and she gets a 21.
Oh, so it's a successful grapple.
Yeah, she takes the fire damage to the face.
Fire damage.
And grapples you in her jaws. I'm imagining that meanwhile you're going to be trying to grow into your full elemental form.
I think so.
Before it's too late. I would say you're still in the vicinity of the lair, and so you get a legendary action to try and fight her. So go ahead and do that now.
Cool. So that'll be 1 attack. That will be where's the attack gone? Here we go. 25.
No. 25, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hurt her. Hurt her.
For 14 damage.
Okay.
Which is actually not that much.
Not that great. Can you think of anything that Rosalind and Valentino and Maria
and she ignites.
Oh, ouch.
And she'll take 1d10 fire damage.
1d10 every turn. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Can you think of anything your normal human and or metal woman can do to aid in this?
Right, is Valentino still freaking out?
No, because Thing is dead now.
Well, I think it's time for them to try and bring Ambrogio back to himself, because his mind is kind of lost and just that vision of the fire, that's what his life is right now.
Yeah.
He's just him in the middle of the fire.
Yeah.
The stone is on fire and everything's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. What's Rosalind going to tell him? Ambrogio, boy, remember growing up in Venora? Remember when I taught you to run and swim and climb? Come back to us. I don't know how much that actually does, but
okay. I've made a note.
Yep.
Valentino.
Valentino will do the same thing. Remember riding horses across the plains together. We stole horses and rode all day and then camped out for a picnic under the stars.
What does Maria do?
I have no memories of your growing up because I wasn't there for you, but I am your mother and I love you.
And then Leona,
it's like,
I think
other people can say words. I'm busy trying to save the day.
These three are all swept up by a wave that she controls, and she is too, brought to the lip of the crater where the boat awaits. Like a little rowboat for you guys to go down the road. She is pushing everyone towards the Great Lahar Road down the mountain.
We're going to follow.
We're trying to head for her place of power.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Here's the dangerous part for Romane. She needs to try and get down there without getting too badly seen or hurt. Yeah. Yeah, they made a plan without you. Because, of course, you weren't allowed to hear this plan.
Yeah, no, of course not. Because it would get compromised immediately.
Ambrogio, you are before the fire. What do you do?
Oh, yeah, this is me before the fire.
He will get a turn. Vestivius is going to get a turn, but you get to try and affect the battle too. Inside whatever sort of space this is. Is it imaginary? Is it real? All you know is you can hear your friends fighting to save you through the fire.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm kind of digging this. I think I'm kind of digging that I had the power and I destroyed my enemy and I cast him down and it was really satisfying. Yeah. And then I think I'm going to look at my other things I've got here. I didn't earn this power. I didn't work for it. This is just a thing that I've got. It's not satisfying. Says that little bit inside me. And I start working on where am I? What is the space? How does it work? If I visualize things, can I shape them or am I?
Yeah, sure.
I cast myself into the fire.
Ooh, okay.
I think that's my turn, but because it's a complex visualization. I think that's what I get right now.
All right. As Vestivius,
I don't see a car outside.
The Phoenix will do. I think he'll still get to pull off one lair action as well before he gets thoroughly
one legendary.
thoroughly taken out of that zone by Romani. But he gets to do one thing now anyway to her. So he gets to fight
The beak and the fiery talons is one action. So that's a 16 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't hit.
And a 27 to hit.
That does.
With his talons.
Yeah.
So that is an 11, 19 to hit. 19 damage.
19 damage. Okay, cool.
Plus another D10 when she starts her turn because she's on fire. Plus another D10 because she starts her turn adjacent. So that's another 11 more fire damage.
Okay.
Ouch.
Yeah, she's hurting, but she keeps fighting on.
Now, what's her movement speed? Does she have legendary actions?
No. Oh wait, she does. Is she allowed to take them not in her lair?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Lair and legendary actions are separate things.
But her things are detect, tail attack, and wing attack, which are actually all useless against where you are positioned in her.
Right.
She can't use them to move, unfortunately. So instead, she will start zooming as fast as she can, hugging the ground. A good thing that it's so smooth.
Yes.
There's no trees to bash into in this particular lava plain. She can fly 80 feet a turn.
Cool. But if she's not attacking, she can do double that.
Oh, yeah.
160.
She won't attack you then.
Yeah.
It gets you quite far away from everyone else.
Yeah.
So Leona's probably going to have to focus on bringing everyone down the mountain. Yeah. But, the only problem for Romani is this gets her isolated.
Yeah.
But if she can get down fast enough, then it could be okay.
I mean, she might want to just throw me in the ocean.
Well, that's where she's taking you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that was her thing. Let's just speed everyone's turn. We're all far away now. Actually, sorry, you get one lair action before she takes you out of range. One legendary.
Sure. Okay. So that'll be one last pick. Nope, that's a miss.
Okay. Cool. All right, so Leona pushes the boat over the all the water over the lake washes down the lava road. She's fully in control of the thing.
There's something ridiculous about this now that I'm imagining. This boat coming zooming down the side of a mountain on a luge.
Everyone's gripping the sides, just intent on saving Ambrosio from
himself, really.
Basically. Yeah. All right, back to you, Ambrosio. You are in the fire.
Yep, I've cast myself in. I can feel myself melting inside the fire. And then I feel the giant tongs reach in and pull me out. And the hammer shaping me.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, as Vestivius will attack Romani again, trying to get out of her jaws.
Yeah. I think this time he might just go for a straight, I want to get out. Yeah. So that's his turn. And he will have a 11 to escape.
No.
So she rolls again with
right, okay.
Or dex, but no, just her strength.
Oh, you managed to do it.
Really?
Yeah. Damn. She rolled real bad. She rolled a 10.
Oh boy.
You pry her jaws open. What?
Oh no, that's an 11 with dex. So yeah, it slips out.
Pry her jaws open and roll tumbling down the fireside. Presumably to get hit by a tidal wave the next turn. But then
fly speed, so
true. All right.
And it can move much faster than she can.
True.
Oh boy.
And also she's trying to stick close to the ground, whereas as Vestivius doesn't give a damn if he gets seen.
No. He wants to be seen. Yeah. Well, skip.
And then suddenly...
Bow to the head.
Leona vanishes in a comet of water and hits the Phoenix as a large, snake. As the boat comes skidding, it's traveling and it's wearing down on the rock, and I don't know what's going to happen to these guys, but all of the water that was propelling it twists into the form of the Leviathan
Oh boy.
and smashes jaws first, into the Phoenix,
Oh boy.
rocketing for the sea.
Okay.
Which attack should that be? Slam.
Slam.
Slam!
Or is it tidal wave?
Oh, yeah.
Make a strength saving throw, take damage, get moved along with the Leviathan.
It's the tidal wave.
It's a tidal wave.
Do it.
I have to roll the 20. Nope.
No. Bam! You were hit by the tidal wave.
60-10 damage. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh boy.
Oh, I know what happens to these three.
10,
I'm taking them off.
22,
Sorry.
30 damage. As 30. I think that's the first damage that he's taken as himself.
Yeah.
So.
As you get pushed further and further to the ocean. What happens to Ambrosio?
It will go 50 feet away on its turn.
50 feet, okay.
Ambrosio can feel himself being shaped, and I think he will now imagine. So he's got the pincers that have removed him, the tongs, he's got the hammer. Now he's imagining the smith.
Yeah.
And the fire.
Yeah.
The fire is as Vestuvius.
Yeah.
The smith is himself.
Uh-huh.
But I like a huge, this is me.
Yeah.
This is who I am. This is what I know.
Yeah.
I am in control. As Vestuvius is just the flame, and I know how to deal with flame.
Yeah.
I am the soul. I am crafting it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's as far as the visualization gets right now.
Cool.
Yeah. She might want to just take a breather, honestly.
Yeah, actually, I think the tidal wave's got this.
Yeah.
She might loop back to check on these guys.
Sure.
And maybe rejoin in the next
Catch
turn.
the ship and lift it up into the air if it needs
Could do,
it.
yeah. Actually, that's a really good point. Okay.
If it starts bouncing off the track and smashing itself.
All right. I guess, is there a continuation of the tidal wave, or?
Yeah, I have to make another strength save,
Okay, you make
or
another
I get
strength
pushed
save.
another 50 feet and take even more. No.
Okay.
And I take another ton of damage. Oh boy.
How much?
10, 20, 38 more damage.
38. Ooh.
So that's 68 damage, which bloodies.
Wow.
No, not quite.
Not quite.
But still.
Okay. What are you doing, Ambrosio?
Ambrosio will now imagine the water, the tidal wave, and he will quench himself in it so that he is reforged as.
I think we're going to cut to the ocean now.
As himself.
Okay.
Yeah, he is now the perfect crafted version of himself. He is out of the fire, he has made himself again.
As Leona, in a Leviathan form, crashes the Phoenix into the ocean. Out of the... Romane and these guys see, from far, far away, a glint rise up and go fling, 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 into the crater. Was that a sword?
Huh.
Maybe. And then eventually, probably like an hour later, when they all get down, when I say all, what you didn't see behind you was that Maria held up Valentino and Ruslan as the bottom of the boat just completely wore away.
Yeah.
She has no legs anymore.
Oh,
she's just like a torso because just the momentum ground away her legs. And she's being carried by them.
That might not be enough of a body to support a soul anymore.
Yeah. The sword has been damaged, but you get to say some final words.
It sounds like we're stopping there and we might do the epilogue later.
Yeah, I think we might have to because I think here. But they come down to find...
that was a 5.5 hour game, so that's pretty good.
They come down to find Leona and Ambrosio swimming up to the
Yeah.
black sand beach. And we will pause
Stop
it
there.
there and
We'll have
wrap this up later.
Yeah, epilogue coming later.
Bye.
Bye.